That's okay. No, you're good. You're good. Um, so as said in the announcement, this is their last day in Hino Day. Um, we only have a few roles. We have that Shrine Maiden role, which you are welcome to pick up. You don't need to; it's optional. But you would be essentially going with Ari, so you'd have a scene partner. And then we have the soldier thing, which is also optional. But otherwise, we really don't have anything else going on today. It's an entirely social day. So you're free to do whatever role you'd like, and you know. So there's like a hex contract that's being done. It's secret, and you're doing it for the Empress. That's okay. It is entirely up to you. You have some time, I'm sure. I have no idea when either of these things are happening, so you'll hear us if you are interested. Yeah, pretty much. Alrighty, have fun.
Hello? Here we go. Hey, Ernie. We'll see how long I stay, actually. Today? Because if there's not much going on, then I might not stay too long.
Hi, Nikinta. What's up?
Sorry to bother. I just wanted to check. Was there a time skip, or was it next
There
day?
was one day. There was a downtime day, and that's it.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you. I
Yeah,
just
no
wanted to be sure if there was like, if there was time between. That way, it's like, okay, yeah, alchemists came together and made a bunch of the
Yeah.
antidotes, so on and so forth.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Hey.
You don't need to stand for me. I have come to check on the status of the distribution of the cure to Unidae. And if you might have any updates regarding whether or not everyone who was sick within our borders has received a cure.
Oh, we spent. Oh, frankly, they call in everybody the moment we had the supplies, and we've been making it since. I'd have to say, by now, almost everybody has been. If not, shortly.
Very well. I will check in later then.
Thank you for your hard work.
Are you sure you wish to wait, even though it is been assured that everybody will?
Yes.
Could I perhaps carry one on me? If you have one to spare. Thank you. Just in case you aren't around when we hear the news.
I'm sure, if not tonight, by this time tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Is everything okay?
Mostly. she will not take any
It
until
was-
everybody else has.
We had enough made, right?
Yes, but it takes time to distribute.
I was hoping all the posters that I put around telling people that the cure was here was going to help with that.
News does get around, but once again, it takes time to distribute, and some people can't exactly leave their homes, so
The bedridden ones.
it takes time going house to house.
Alright then, which houses haven't been gone to yet?
I'm not in charge of that section.
Do you know who I could talk to about that?
I'm afraid
Alright,
not,
then.
but I wasn't really concerned about it. It should be everybody should have them, at least by night. If not this time
If I
tomorrow,
can help
for
out,
those
I'd
out in
like
the
to.
countryside.
So, I'll catch up with her.
I'm sorry to disturb you, miss, but I was brought here to be healed after being injured, I think. Did anyone leave my katana here, or do you know if anyone had it?
I'm not too sure. I don't know if you had it with you or not. Can definitely look.
Hi. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
It's
Your
I just
katana.
cannot see out my left eye anymore.
Oh, right. But you had your katana on the mission. I don't know. Wait, did we lose it in the spirit realm?
Was it with him when he came back?
That I don't know because I was out. I was like.
Well,
Was it?
I sadly don't remember if you had it on you the day you were brought in, or well, I should say dragged in, because I was a bit busy kind of making sure everybody else had things as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, were you the one that was doing the with the cure?
I was helping, yeah.
Good.
I'm not the only alchemist here.
You're not a sturdy.
You're fine. I don't recall there
Sorry, Ember.
being any found. I think we would know.
Yeah.
If anyone comes across a katana with red wrapping and gold, that is mine.
Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. We can be detectives. I can, maybe you should ask Asato.
Which one is Asato?
The little guy.
Doesn't really narrow it down. Is it the one with blue hair?
Oh yeah, with the blue hair. Oh. I don't know what her name is. Did we get her name? There's the one with the Blackbird. With Jasper.
I believe that was the Empress, was it?
Oh yeah, that's right. She was the Empress. You're right. Yeah, she still has the Blackbird. You should give it to her. But she wants
She
everyone else
refuses
be
to take
okay.
it until everybody else has. Yes.
That won't help anything if she does that.
I mean, I
That is
can't
very
necessarily, force myself on an empress to take medicine. So
what if we do it like this, right? What if we give her food and we hide it in her food and we're like, hi, this is normal food right here, and then we give it to her.
Toffee, as
Everybody-
suggested that might be, I feel like one of us would get thrown in jail for that.
You could be thrown in jail for being nice? Wait, huh?
because technically it's almost considered poisoning,
What?
Tampering with someone's food.
or at least it could easily
The
be
Empress's
seen.
food.
Ow! Damn, frick.
Yeah.
Hello.
I just
Everybody
came
should-
over to check on how everyone else is doing and if there's no more injured.
You okay? You did the
Out
thing?
of your crew there, I have no clue.
What thing?
Okay, good.
You got the
Well,
thing?
thank you then.
Nobody's come here other than the one that
That's good.
one missing an eye
Your-
and still
your
covered in
voice is
blood.
all
I think
weird.
he still needs
I
a
just
bath.
noticed.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's looking for his sword. I don't know if it was brought back with him or not.
No. No.
I'm sorry.
Nice.
But yes,
I'll-
everybody
I
will be
give
cured
you-
more or less by the end of the day, so she can have it in the evening.
Oh,
As long
okay.
as everything goes
Like
according to plan.
every one of the people? Good. Yeah. Make sure she gets it.
All the survivors, yes.
Good. You like that? Oh, did you get some food? You want some free food?
I'm good.
Okay, I'm very full. You see this belly? You see this belly right here? It's so full. I'm fine.
You need to stop overeating.
You need to stop worrying.
I don't.
I did it.
I graze.
Yeah, you're a sheep.
I'm wondering if
You're
and when they're going to get angry at me for eating the leaves off the trees.
They don't need it. Wait, come.
Hi.
Hello. Would everybody have been cured by now?
As far as you know, probably. Everyone who had the black burn that the alchemists were at least aware of would have been administered the cure.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure if they were or not, so I just kind of went off the assumption of, if anything, this evening, so I could just wait a little while until the sun's a bit higher and go, hey, yeah, everybody's cured.
Hmm.
Because the Empress was still like, oh, I'm not gonna take it until everybody's cured, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I remember her saying that.
Nerdy, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, nom nom.
Miss Kazuya said that there are some guards going around helping to deliver the cure. Have you seen any of them?
Not recently, but they should be finished shortly, I'm sure.
She said I could get the list of the houses that are left from them. And that it's rather strange that you don't have it.
I make it. I don't know. Been focused on making it rather than keeping track of who has it. We other alchemists does.
Do you have any batches in right now that I can take with me? So that I can start delivering them?
We have some, most are already out being delivered. Like I said, it should be relatively soon. We should be expecting news here shortly.
Alright.
The moment I get it, I'm going to find her. Do not worry. Oh, okay, I'm just here. See. Oh, wow. Why are you sore? Stop being sore.
Contact. I beg you. It's a running bit now. Go after Tickle. I've been harassing him with birds ever since we got to Hino Day. Just be a little shit to him. Thank you. I appreciate you.
It was really funny.
No, I've been using that stupid fat dodo bird model, and I've been just harassing him this whole
So,
time.
I recently
in
was
this arc.
informed that those that were out getting the stragglers out of town have returned. And everybody that we know of has been treated.
You're as certain as you can be.
That I am.
I will take the cure.
They went house to house and checked even if there was somebody that had already taken it. They made sure. We're just waiting on those on the outliers.
Even
Yes,
they
ma'am.
have received treatment.
They have.
Thank you.
Of course. It's what I try to do. I do
You
beg,
have done
please
Hino
take it.
Day a service that we will never be able to properly repay.
I was just doing my duty.
A very humble thing to say for someone who saves lives. Should you ever need any resources, a workspace, a reference, you will have mine.
It's greatly appreciated, Noity. I'll keep it in mind. But at the moment, I'm just trying to be sure that we have enough for anybody else that might have it outside of the city.
Yes. I would like to continue to reproduce the cure so that we can disperse it to other nations who need it.
If anything in the future, maybe a larger workshop, so then we may be able to produce more of it in a larger space.
Perhaps it's about time that we get our own medical district, rather than relying on the outside.
Would be helpful. Hopefully nothing like this ever happens again, though, but never hurts.
Indeed. I will work with the council to draft plans then. If you would like to be part of those meetings, your presence would be appreciated.
Be honored. If I may be so bold, please take the medicine.
Of course. It's rather strong.
I am sure we've had worse.
didn't exactly make them to be pleasant tasting.
I'm not sure I've had worse.
Well, in the future, when we have more time, perhaps we can work on the flavor, but
Not quite as necessary so long as it works.
you okay
He
now?
is rather vexed with me not having taken it. I would hope that this is merely a display of relief on his part.
Well, I will leave you two alone then. Do let me know if you feel anything off.
Of course.
Metal fences? Like the metal fence posts? Those usually aren't too heavy as long as you're not carrying like 10 of them at a time.
I counted. Does it look like it has black pen?
No, it's just a normal bird.
Caw.
Okay.
Ow.
Bird.
Not very skittish, huh? Hi, if you see your dragonkin friend, let her know that she
Okay.
is. I felt that. I think that was her name. She has the katana.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten down there. She's probably right down there, so I'll probably get to tell her. But she was concerned about the Empress, so I'll just inform her that she doesn't have to be.
Okay. She was hanging around on top of the restaurant before. Might still be there.
If it's on top, on the roof. I'm not climbing out on a roof.
Not on the roof, but like upstairs. I'm sorry. I walked in there before and it looked like a private conversation, so I stepped out. But is everything okay?
I am not one to assume her ladyship's relations. All I know is she's taken the curate. That's all I am concerned about.
That's good.
Wow, those fucking things. I mean, they're not too bad if it's one at a time, but... I mean, that's me. I'm used to moving heavy shit.
Like a box of chocolate. You don't know what you get.
Sometimes.
Whoa. Okay. That's cool. I've heard a
Yeah,
lot
my
of people say that.
My mom was pretty cool.
Wait, what? Glad you're starting to hiss again. Just like a creature.
What? No.
No sharp steps. May, I think her name was. The smaller ones are. They all should be hollow. Who the fuck is making solid aluminum fucking fence posts? 'Cause I know those aren't steel. Those have to be aluminum. Especially if they're solid. There's no way you're making a solid steel fence post that's fucking like 2 inches thick. Yeah, they're thick, but see, that's why you don't lift them, you just drag them.
How do I look?
More armor. And
Hi, I'm being
weapon.
carried like a princess.
I see that. You have very pink beans.
Let's see how this works out as
Don't
I
look at my
rotate
beans.
90 degrees.
Don't look at no. Oh. Don't look at my beans. Okay, you can look at my beans. Here's my beans.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Can I get some money?
I don't think you want to go down that profession.
We just met someone who went down that profession. Apparently, we have a contact
Yeah.
that you do.
Yeah. She's nice.
I think her name is
She eats people.
May
We
Dragonkin.
never
I'm
asked
looking
you
for
her
her.
name.
Nessie. Nessa. Ness. We could call her
Kelpie.
Nessie.
Black Tail.
Nessie.
Yeah, the
We
Kelpie
could call her
with the
Nessie.
hooves.
Oh, yeah. Then she's
We call
up
her
there. Yeah, have you happened to
Vomit.
seen the
gonna
Dragonkin with the
puke at you.
katana? I think her name is May.
No.
No.
No, okay. Alrighty, thank you.
Yeah.
Have fun being
Here's
carried.
beans.
As a-
I'm gonna
a
poke
tip,
them if
I
you keep
guess.
pointing them at me.
Yeah, beans. You like my beans?
That would be
That's
5 copper.
It's a fine offer.
I mean, I said I was gonna poke them if she pointed them at me again, and she pointed them at
She
me
did,
again.
Actually, we did not. Yeah, we didn't. Okay, I'm letting you
yeah.
down.
Okay. Oh. Ah. That was fun. Now your turn.
For
starters, I'm
wearing a kilt. I'm not really keen on flashing everyone.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Frenzy. Yeah, we're not gonna flash anyone. We can do it. Okay.
You keep coming over.
Have you seen the one? I believe her name is May Dragonkin Sword. Dragonkin has a katana.
Elephant?
Is that her name? For some reason I heard May. Maybe I got my names mixed up. I don't know. But yeah.
Pretty sure the only May is Amelin Sun. Anyways,
I don't know
Elfie,
names.
have
I'm not very
nice-
good at them. But okay. Last I heard she was up there, but she's not up there. So maybe she's wandering
Haven't seen
outside the city,
Alfredo
which I'm not gonna go.
recently. Maybe. I thought she's.
Well, if you see her before I do, just tell her that she doesn't need to worry anymore.
Oh. Okay.
She'll understand.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna trek all over the city just to, give her that news. I'm sure you'll either see her eventually or one of the couple people that I informed. Oh, so. Woody. Have a good day.
None of us can really tell. The birds have arrived.
Sewer lines are usually underground. If they're not, I would be concerned. I don't know. I give up. He's a tractor. I don't know. You're on a ranch. There's a tractor somewhere. It's a... I sure as hell know my dad and I wouldn't be carrying those things around. We'd put a chain around it and bring the tractor over and lift it up. Those don't look like they're 16 feet. Unless they're all attached and hinged together, which seems like it. Or designed. Well, it's not on you, that's just whoever designed it. Oh, that's just something different. Okay. Oh, there she is. Ah, son of a bitch. Not to worry anymore.
Yes.
You don't have to worry anymore.
Oh.
Woo. She took the medicine.
Well, that's a relief.
Everybody is
I did
cured
catch
that
up
we
with
know of.
I did catch up with the guards and helped with some deliveries.
Nikki, are you playing as your doctor character?
I'm glad
Yeah.
to hear it.
I got news that everybody was more or less that we know of was cured, so he was probably with the last of the few that were remaining, so.
Alright.
I am.
Thank you.
Cool, alright.
No
if you
worries.
don't mind, I'm gonna join as the doggo.
No idea where they are now. Did you see
I don't know the
another
relations.
dragonkin, a female wearing a black skirt and a white top?
Like she went that way.
Thank you.
And last I saw the Empress, she was with somebody. I don't know what their relation is, but they're
I'm
back
just
there,
terrorizing
sitting
Pickle
rather
by
close.
Just menacingly sitting far from with the fat bird. Waiting to see you until they notice.
You're a menace.
Allow me to assist. Never mind, they say they see you. Inspect me. At least a couple of them do.
We're not looking for a live pig anymore.
Yeah, but I'm waiting. I don't know if Tickles noticed. Just
Don't even know what that bird is.
Round.
I've no fucking clue. Got attacked by one earlier. I think they might have Blackburn. I think I might have Blackburn.
Calling out to it, maybe it just wants to settle its difference.
I got that.
Did you take medicine?
I have it, and if I start showing symptoms, I'll take it.
Okay, good.
Eric's
Are you sure it just doesn't like you? Did you like eat its egg or something?
I didn't eat its fucking egg or anything. This is like the third bird.
Didn't you
The one that also attacked me for no reason.
best part is I'm not sure I didn't do anything this time. It's just
So I was sitting in the hot springs with everyone else, and a big fucker like that came in, attacked me. I lightly pushed it, and I guess I don't know. I guess it had a frail, frail body. Bird bones. A motherfucker drew blood. If he's just trying to hug me, he needs to learn boundaries.
It's just aggressive love.
Punch every parrot you meet?
Yeah, it's kind of makes sense.
It's probably their partner that's mad at you.
Attacking me, then yeah, I'm gonna fucking do it to every parrot I meet.
It's like parrots are well known for fighting people. Yeah, maybe you're a bird right.
Hi, what did I do? Did I say ow? I probably said ow standing up because I'm old and broken. I turn old on the nines. Turning older. Turning old. Oh, I said it because, what's her face showed up, like, a minute after I sat the fuck down. I'm like, son of a bitch. I had to stand up again. Luckily, she saw me. She came over. It hurts getting up and down because my knees go grind, grind. Not necessarily grind, grind, but pop up. Num. Did you take the medicine?
I did, yes.
Okay, good.
Alton? I was wondering if you had seen May this afternoon. No, I am actually trying to find either her or Jasper. I need to arrange something.
Jasper?
Yeah.
What does Jasper look like? The name sounds familiar.
A clown. They were with May earlier.
They're back there with the Empress that I know of.
I think
What does May look like?
May is the Empress.
Oh.
Apologies. We
I'm
are
sorry.
being informal, referring to her as such.
But I'm not a
Quite the
sadist.
transgression.
Fair enough.
You are. It's your transgression.
It is. I should not speak
Chris,
such familiar.
I got confused. I thought you were referring to someone else of your crew, but
Of course, yes.
Mass and the Empress, and what's his name? I forgot already. Are back there. I believe the Dragonkin with the sword also went that way. I don't know if she's still there. Gitana. I believe she has a white tail. I don't remember.
Oh, her. Yes. Hopefully she is not.
Ruining certain
If we can get the
preparations.
pig, it's fast now. Because we asked about the pig.
I go on. You wandering around again? Yeah. Fucking floofball. Yeah, sorry.
I was just curious as to how the distribution of the cure has been going.
Oh, that basically finished not long ago. I got news that pretty much everybody that we know of has taken it. As if your concern is for the Empress, she has taken it as well. I watched it myself.
Good. I know she was avoiding doing so. Well, the right.
Yeah, no, no.
That's all I
She's taken it. I just hope it's not too far gone for her, so.
I do as well.
Can I
So if you wish to check, yeah, she's. Depends what for.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Can't put my hand any lower. There's a fourth dimensional object there. What? And cover me in fur again? Duh. Oh, very talkative, yes, yes. You have little friends around here somewhere. Maybe you can go play with her.
Oh. It's attacking people.
That's my dog.
Thank you.
Oh, it's your dog. Okay. Are you gonna go look for her, Kelly? Because, you know, we can team up.
I would not want to interrupt in whatever business they're having, but if they are alone and not occupied,
That's fair.
I do.
How are we gonna know
speak
that
with
from, like, here?
True, we're not. If it looks like they're conspiring or speaking about something important, then I suppose we just let it rest.
Yeah, we can, like, stand from, like, far away, like an awkwardly, and just awkwardly stare at them.
Yeah.
Apply soft
If you
social
go up
pressure.
the stairs and then to the left, and I'm sure you can see them through the archway once you reach the pass through the wall. They're in the house right up behind the shop. The courtyard, I should say.
Thank you. Okay.
Well. Ew. You should get cleaned up, otherwise you'll get an infection.
Thank you for the concern.
This model has a good figure. substance fainter folder. Oh, Lily, do you want to see Bun's daughter? Do you want to see Amelia? Cat suit? Yeah, I'll send you 2 pictures. You get the full one, and you get the fucking precious ass little tail. Look at that fucking tail. Are you fucking adorable? You fucking adorable. It's fucking precious. I love how it's just nestled between the wings. It's fucking precious. I love it. And we're gonna set up an idle animation for it, where every now and then it'll do the little flick wag. Just every now and then, you know, kind of just, it'll be still, and I'll have it so then it like flops around. It's very free for movement, so it kind of wiggles or sways at any sort of little hip movement I do. But it's gonna have an idle animation where it'll do the little tail wag flick thing. I am so glad that I have a new cord coming. I got paid the other day, on the 1st. All my bills are paid, my rent's paid.
Did you know that
I should.
Where did you come from?
I came from space. Show me your letter.
Oh, oh no, this is the dog of, this is the doctor's dog. People know.
Oh, okay. Nice puppy.
Awoo!
Ooh, schmecks soon. That would fit really well in Tempest Bay. But yeah, I love that tail. It's so fucking cute. Look at it. I can already see it twitching. But like I you know, wasn't even really planning on having Amelia, which is her name, obviously, Amelia be made anytime soon, if at all. And I was just talking to my friend about her, about how, you know, how the gist of how she'd look. And she was just like, bet I'm making her. So I love how she's already turning out. The body is the same base as Bun's partner. The base, the harpy, that they use. So that's where the body came from. And then, the hair is from something she had, and then the face and the head is the same one as my dragon girl, that you've seen me vibe in. My vibe dragon girl. The very pretty one. It's the same face and eyes as that one. I feel like it just meshes so well together. And she looks so cute in Bun's outfit with no sleeves. It's like, she looks like a schoolgirl currently, like a fucking young schoolgirl, but once I get the model, and it gets in the uni, chest slider, so then she actually has a chest. As funny as it would be to play her flat-chested, just so people could tease her, so then she could kick them in the shin, but no. What? Yeah, so she's gonna probably be a metaverse character or a private RP character, or possibly both. I'm also gonna have a chill variant of her, so. Because, so there's two versions. The version that I've shown with the wings, I believe that's going to be the chill variant, because those wings are fairly high poly due to each feather independently being, sculpted and everything. And then the RP variant is going to be using the Orphea wings. Yeah, it's a very nice, I want the model. Like, I want the model. I don't have the model. I want the model. But yeah, and they're gonna be using the Orphea wings once Orphea loads here. Do 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 do. Load eventually. There it is. Yeah, she's gonna use Orphea's wings. Because Orphea has hip wings as well. And they're a lot lower poly than those wings, obviously. So that will be the RP variant. But yeah, she's gonna be cute. I love her already. She can be fucking dangerous in a swimsuit. See, that's a common thing between all of my characters. They're just dangerous in swimsuits. It's it. If I somehow, and the moon aligns, and the planets align, get into model making enough to the point where I can do my own sculpting and whatnot of bases and my own little edits and tweaks on bodies and whatnot, I feel like I'm going to basically be like Twix and Soda and Cacti, where my bases are just fucking gorgeous and a danger to society. Maybe I should just use Kate as a learning thing. I don't know. Get the base and everything together myself. I don't know how I would do the textures though, because I can't do texture work. I would need, what's that? What's that fucking program called? People use it for editing textures like on the model. Yeah, Substance Painter. I would need Substance Painter if I were to start doing that. But I'd love to assemble Kate myself. At this point, I feel like it would be nice and a fun and a learning experience. Hello?
Wanted to know if the Jade Motor has ever made any sort of projects in compressing potion effects.
Oh wait, who's done what?
I wanted to know if the Jade Motor has ever proposed a project to compress potion effects as a way of bringing more and
Welcome to your nightmare.
Because from my experiences, the main problem with potions is the amount we can bring before it gets too cumbersome. I want to know if the Jade Motor has made any sort of project to research ways of lessening.
My idea. What, making like a multi-potion?
Either a multi-potion
No.
or turning the potions solid instead of liquid. Something like a pill that holds the potion's effects.
Not necessarily. We haven't exactly needed a need of having such things to my awareness. At least until now. I mean, that's definitely something that we would be interested in. We don't necessarily have much of the facilities at the moment for such a thing. As well as our current production.
It's something that has been on the backbone of my projects for a while. So, as you might have guessed, Kalypsia has a lot less in terms of facilities to help along with that project. So, I am proposing that Kalypsia and the Jade Motor work together on this.
Definitely could. The Empress did promise anything that I wanted for my work, and I asked about, expanding our facilities. So, she said that she'd speak to the council about establishing a medical district. Because we don't exactly... What you see is what you get. I mean, we have some space that you obviously don't see, but once again, the building is just the building itself. That's kind of all we have. So, we don't exactly have space for expanding production or adding new production. So that is what the hope is with, hopefully, if it gets approved, the expansion, if not a new district. So we can definitely work on something in the future or start working towards getting things set up. I'm sure I could probably assign some of the trainee alchemists to start working on things. If it's something simple, or at least prepping stuff and then seeing what we can do.
That would be. Honestly, I believe the idea of turning a potion into something that is solid would probably be the best course of action. So, would be nice if the
Have you done it yet?
run the. I have tried, but I haven't been able to find an agent that mixes well with the potions that I've made. Even a basic health potion hasn't been able to work successfully. Though I don't exactly have much in the ways of resources.
What have you tried?
Mm,
Methods
I
have
have
you
tried
tried?
a few. I've tried to dry the potion, but it's kind of worked, but the outcome was very severely diminished. Not to mention it tastes even worse than it already does. Try to add a few agents that is coinciding with thickening, but none of them really worked much even after a few days.
What agents have you tried?
A few thickening ones, a few roots here and there. Even those that are considered food grade.
Have you tried
Ones that
just flour and then compressing it?
I've tried flour, but the potion usually just kind of eats it up. I think it really just constitutes it into the potion itself.
You probably need to take the ingredients that make up the potions and grind them into a powder, and then make the powder into a flour of sorts.
Another thing I might think might be able to work is something that can turn the potion into a gelling agent of sorts, but on the Kalypsia we don't have anything that might even be close to that. I'm hoping, at least with the resources that Jade Mortar would at least obtain, considering its reputation, there might be a way for that, but as of right now, I'm not sure.
We can definitely look into it. Like I said, once things calm down and we have the spare time to do so, we can definitely look into things. If you continue doing things on your own, just let us know if you make any progress, or share what notes you have of what you have attempted, so then we know what not to bother with, or what we could possibly try in different routes.
Co-research within this topic, and then we just share our research notes.
So, have you tried drying the plants and then turning them into a flower?
I have. It kind of just constitutes itself a potion again, and because it's using a dried product instead of fresh, it diminishes the portion a little bit as well.
I mean, usually what you could do is you take the fresh product, you grind it to a paste, you form the paste into a cube.
Fortunately, I don't think that it requires the cooking process to really bring out the
Yeah, depends on how the
product
potions are
is-
made, I suppose, what steps you could possibly change, but...
I believe the heating element is mandatory. The heat is what brings out the properties of the herbs and other ingredients of the potion. At least from what I found. But yeah.
make a special sheet with little, cube slots that you fill with the paste. Put
It's
it in
kind
an
of
oven
why
or
I'm
something.
suggesting we don't have enough, and I don't think it doesn't work. At least,
IT?
even no.
Or nothing, put it
Problem
over
with-
at campfire.
I mean, that's what we. Problem is that all of our potion making requires the ash. That's what allows the controlled heat as compared to what normal fire glue. Which is why I don't think an oven will work either. It's why I'm trying to look for a gelling agent. If we can turn the potion into a gel, we can simply just cut it up. Single portions. And having small little wrapped up cubes is a lot
you cut
easier
off
to lug
cacti.
around than vials and bottles of potions.
Well, we can definitely try. So, you said give us time to sort ourselves out, as you can imagine, and then once we get the time and the manpower, we can definitely look into it.
We've already received your first mail, so you should know how to send the mail over to the apothecary in Kalypsia. I will make sure to leave whatever research notes I have on me with the current research on your table. And yeah, it's kind of all I've got. All the experiments.
Make what copies you feel. Make what copies you feel are, in regards to it, and then just leave it at my desk. If I'm not there, I'm probably at my home, so I'll just leave it on the desk and I'll see it eventually, or one of the apprentices will, and they'll bring it to me.
But yeah, that is all I needed. Just co-working on this project a lot easier for me, considering there's a lot more resources here than compared to a flying ship that goes from town to town. Anyways, now I need to go find this. Oh god, fucking damn it! What happened to Elsewhere? You know what? No, I'm not dealing with that. I'm going to have to find the Empress and talk with her. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Last I saw or know of, she is back there. In the square. A courtyard. But yeah, Bunny's fucking adorable. The bun pea barpy. Harpin, the harpin, that's what it is, harpin. Harpy bun.
Are you listening to music or watching YouTube or something while you're just sitting?
No, not really.
Oh, what are you doing?
Just sitting. Being tired.
Just observing. Understandable.
Taking a little nap.
Do you have any objectives as a doctor today?
Not really.
Oh.
10 of the important stuff's already been mentioned and spoken about. I'm just kind of here in case somebody needs me, so.
Ah. Do I go hurt someone? I'm joking.
Or stab somebody in the liver.
Stab someone in the liver. I know, right?
Steal somebody's kidney.
Exactly. So people need this. Orchestrating. I mean, if you want to go have a walk outside just to collect herbs or whatever the heck you do.
Yeah. See, I'm being lazy right now, so I don't want to get.
Fair.
It's a slow day, so I might not stay here the whole time.
Or we could randomly change roles and be something else. Someone slash something else, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know what I would do.
Huh. We always could be random animals outside.
If Atlee was here, I could be my cat, but. Hello.
How are things?
Alright, I suppose.
Slow day, bro.
Interesting show.
Sorry.
They always seem to do this with. Oh, that tiny snow. Ugh. I don't know what is with their fascination.
I'm surprised they haven't run out of, you know, their special vegetables or whatever it is that they're using.
Yeah. Snows. I think your dog is going after snow.
Probably.
It's their fault. They'll be fine.
They can fly.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
See, if they couldn't fly, then I would be concerned. But... Yeah. Well, off they go.
Magic carrots.
Yes, magic carrots. I still don't know why they don't do eyesight.
Yeah. There's
Who
the
says that
coffee
parents
that's
will
like
use it for
just
taking a
super
stroll?
coffee.
Yeah, there was the super coffee. There was the what was it? The apple that makes you talk a lot.
Something like that.
And there was pickles or something that made you float.
Yeah, the pickles that make you float. Yeah. I gave Leto one of those in here.
Oh no. Good.
And then there's the onions that let you walk through walls.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, check this out.
Are people still growing and shrinking?
Stop eating alchemical items, Scott.
Asado,
It
this
doesn't-
spear just
it-
clocked me in the face.
Shame.
It
Be
doesn't.
Sorry, some of us with larger weapons can't help it.
Yeah, it doesn't let you go through people, but you can go through solid objects, and it lasts for like a minute. So
That is
don't get
actually
caught inside
incredibly
something.
valuable.
Also, potentially very dangerous if you're not careful.
Yes, well, we should get stuck. But
I also think I only have one left, so I'll pick some more up next time we're there.
Jay, before you start eating random alchemical ingredients, might I remind you about the glasses?
They're
Please
not
do not start
alchemical
eating
ingredients,
stuff.
they're enchanted vegetables and fruits.
That is still
There's a
bad. Do not
difference.
eat those randomly.
I'm not stupid. Completely.
I was going to say debate.
Next time you want glasses, ask me. I'm sure I can help you find a pair that are not evil, or cursed, or whatever.
Wrong.
Give me a break.
What should I break?
Please don't break anything.
You just asked me to give you a break.
I can't.
Okay. Do not be ashamed. We will only make fun of you for the rest of the day. Pat, pat.
Yeah, thanks. Please stop.
Okay.
Anyway, I had a. I'd say I
It's
had a
all
good
right.
reason for it.
These things happen. You know, there's a reason I have the skills I do. You're not exactly the first person I've had to help out of a bind.
I'd love to explain, but I really can't. I'm sorry.
That is fine. You do not need to explain if you do not want to.
Is it that you don't
All I'll
want to
say is this-
explain, or that you can't?
Not that I can't, it's more that I shouldn't. To
understood.
respect the privacy of someone else.
Okay, that is understandable.
I did something stupid. Whenever I see something particularly shiny or interesting looking, some of my instincts tend to take over. Because the freaking horns and tail dragonkin, we tend to hoard things, if you're not aware, and sometimes I just can't control it. Right? My my religion revolves around trying to give things to people. But sometimes my instincts tend to go in the other way. Right. And so sometimes I just do stupid things like hyperfixating on coins or shiny things, but so I'm sorry about causing that whole situation. I've just lost control of myself for a moment, but I will endeavor not to in the future.
Sounds like you've learned a valuable lesson then.
Yes. There is more to the story, but that more to the story is something that I can't disclose because respecting someone else's privacy.
Understood.
You do need my help with anything. I can be discreet.
Yeah, one of the shrinking carrots.
Sorry, this was E15's doing, but they were chasing me around when I was small, so...
He turned my dog, Tiny.
It is so itty bitty.
It won't be long, for long, it's only 5 minutes.
Chihuahua-sized.
What is a chihuahua?
He turned my big fluffy dog into a rat.
I'm sorry.
That's what you get for harassing people. Oh, it's the consequences of your actions. Well, buddy, you can come back home with me, or you can keep wandering around. You should not get up to too much mischief. If you decide to keep going, otherwise, we can get some dinner for you. I shall be easier to feed you now. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'll pick up. How on you? Like your puppy again.
And all of a sudden, it just becomes big again.
Look. You're smarter out of how you timed this. Ugh. Dirty. Well, big guy, well, you can keep wandering if you want. Well, I'm gonna go lay down. Yeah, Wendy's is open? Oh. Yeah, right. Oh. I don't know what to do. It's a quiet day, it's a social day, there isn't really much going on. Nothing for my character to really do, or anything NPC-wise to do. What was the Atlantis open? $8:30? Suppose I can go to that. Oh, right, there's, no, they start at 8:32. Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
That is hilarious because I literally just accidentally walked onto probably something illegal as the wolf, and I just stared for a while and then just like, huh, just left. Yeah, I didn't know. I was literally just running around for the funsies as wolf, and then I just appeared across that. I'm like, huh, that's funny. That's suspicious. Yeah, funny. I also knew that it was happening, but I didn't know it was now. I was just randomly running, and then I saw the freaking people. That's funny. Anyways. Yeah, have a good night. Bye bye. Of course. Bye.
Alrighty. Yeah, I figured you weren't going to be there, considering what you just said. But I'm probably not going to go either. Philly. And B. And B, 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 B. I need to change the tail. I need to look at the tail animation. Probably cut a few bones out of it. Because it's directing, I think it's directing the entire tail position instead of just like the root bones. Ooh. Yeah, I might go vibe. I might go vibe. Alright. I forgot that tattoo's covered. I mean, the tail isn't really wonk. It's just... It's got a wag animation, which I could probably... Tail idle. There we go. Yeah, I'll just turn the tail idle off. There. Your foofy tail. Oh, it's got angle restrictions. He's got a little wingies. So the tail, Bun's tail idle. This is what gave me the idea and the knowledge of how to possibly do it. Little. Here, let me probably maybe possibly go to a better world. Where you can see it better. because we're just gonna vibe for a little bit. Yeah, look at the cute little wingies. Wait for it. There it is. The adorable little wiggles. That's what I want to put on Amelia. Is her little tail do the rabbit wiggle. There we go. There, I got all my marks. At least most. Oh yeah, I got all my marks. Now here, let's bring this in a little closer. Stop it from looking at me. Me. A friend gave me this. Their whole persona is a fox bee or a bee, more or less. I think they're more or less a fox bee, and I saw this, and I think it's one that they sent me like a while back, or at least a link to of when they were being worked on. And then I found it again. I'm like, oh, I got money. Maybe I just got paid. I might get this, and then they just sent me the files. So, cute little bean. I got all my marks. I got all my marks. That hides it. There's the bikini. This is a bikini bottom, but I have my lilac and I have my wolf tattoo. I love the wolf tattoo. The wolf tattoo is just so pretty. There we go. Hip wiggle test. We're having the wiggle vibes. Hello? Wiggle, wiggle. A little bit of soda left in that one and finish it off. Finish off, throw it over there. Pick it up after. Actually, since we have we have fucking iron grip here in a little bit. I'm going to sit in charge a little bit. I need to get a new cord. I need so many new cords. And just so many new electronic things. Oh, that was a colorful one. Yeah, that's my thing. Why don't you... Oh, that's why. Because you fell out for no reason. You were plugged in, and you fell out. Plug in, bitch. There. Beans. But yeah, that's my thing. So that's just how I am. I use things until they don't work anymore. Or come close to it. So, for example, normally I'd replace my trackers and my straps already. But money. It's just, the lovely timing of the moment that you are you're having financial issues, or you don't have the money to do it, that's when things go. So, that's just how things go. Hello? Yeah, all the way. Let's see, do we got it? Oh, we got a coin. Any other coins? Nope. Yeah, we just vibing here right now. What? You don't need a zipper. Why would you need a zipper? Everything opens up at 8:30. Atlantis opens. Orlando opens. Actually, probably should check. What was last Friday? The 25th? Oh, it's Tempest Bay. Where's the grip? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. 8:30, okay. So, well, I don't know why I was checking that, because, it's one right there. Man, the side of my tongue hurts. my tongue decided to get in the way while I was showing some jerky. Don't worry about that. Those are details you don't worry about. Don't worry about it. Ain't nobody gonna ask that. Yeah, right? Fucking rude. My tongue got in the way. The fuck I do that for? Mm. Right? Oh yeah. So that's that. Yeah, I'm not gonna stay at Kalypsia the whole time. If and it's just social. Cause I don't have a character that goes around and interacts with people like I did in the Magic Academy. My professor, she at least went around and interacted with people and asked questions and stuff. But my alchemist has no need for that because she is more business oriented. So as long as there's nothing that involves her, she's not going to go out of her way to interact with anybody. So, early date with that. Ow. Why does my head start hurting? Yeah. So, we're just gonna wait. Oh. Charge, motherfucker. Oh, falling out again. We're just waiting on, Iron Grip. Because there I can be Philly, I can interact with people, and I know Twix will be there. Eventually. Sloppy Joe. Oh, so the other night, I made like 2 packs, like I took 2 packets of Sloppy Joe mix, because each packet asks for 1 pound of ground beef. I don't know if my store sells 1 pound packets of ground beef. I just get the 2 pounders. So, whenever something goes, hey, 1 pound of ground beef, I just get 2, and then I just make it with 2 pounds of ground beef. Because why the fuck not? Might as well. The ground beef isn't going to last that long unless I freeze it, and I'd rather not go through the hassle of freezing it and then thawing it out for later. But yeah, so I took a couple scoops of Sloppy Joe meat and I mixed it in with my mac and cheese. It was fucking amazing. That was the best mac and cheese I've had in a long time. It was like chewy mac and cheese. It was great. It wasn't exactly like chili mac and cheese. I got some chili today at the store. I got a little bit. I got like 4 cans of chili. It's like chili and beans. So I'm gonna make some. I might make some mac and cheese later, and then mix it in, and see how it compares to the Sloppy Joe. The sloppy Joe mac and cheese. my speech is slightly fucked up because my fucking tongue hurts. Like I was chewing, like, motherfucker, why? Why'd you go over there? It's where I was chewing, bitch. Ain't nothing you can do about it. It's how it is. I mean, I guess we could go back to Atlantis and just fucking vibe as an animal or something, but I don't know what I would do. What creature could I be? I could just be a chicken. Should I go be a chicken? Oh, third person mode. Ooh, that's pretty. I had a rooster that was like this. Yeah, that third person's fucking me up. Chicken. Yeah, I had a rooster that was like kind of like this color. I called him Rusty because he was rust brown and he was my rooster. The issue with this is I would need to be standing. It's talking set to hip tracker. There's no audio. Maybe. there's something getting in my eye. I'm not sure what to do. Well, you found something? What'd you find? I open it. You say 30. Where you at? There. I don't know. I don't know, folks. We're just kind of vibing. Shit, I didn't save. Oh. Shit, I fucked up. Put this on backwards. I did. Shit. Well, third time's the charm. Oh. Is there a kill house? Is that a kill house? Where's the kill house? Kind of looks like the kill house. It is. All right. Accuracy 84%. You know what? Hold on. Oh.
Rathian and Rathalos flies is they actually are massively different than.
Highway variants.
Have you heard of the yeah. The big difference between Rathian and Rathalos flies is actually, so what's happened, right, is most monsters that have tufts of fur, funnily enough, actually have bugs related to them. You just don't really notice them, right? Unique genomes that have affected fleas and affected flies and stuff like that tend to find their tufts of fur their home. Certain creatures can't really do it, like Tobokadachi doesn't really have to worry too much considering so much goddamn electricity. The occasional thunder and lightning bug, funnily enough. But for the most part, they don't gotta worry about it. But Rathian and Rathaloses have a bunch of flies. These things last roughly about 3 to 4 months long. They're larger, a little bit more fucking mean. Some hunters have reported bug bites after fighting a Rathian or Rathalos because of the flies specifically. But in terms of differences, the Rathians is like a little bit more red and I'm sorry, the Rathians is a little bit more green, Rathalos is a little bit more red.
I guess it does that coloration so it can match up the skills and hide.
Yeah, it's a running theory that I have that every time a monster dies or is killed or is consumed or whatever, the corpses go into the dirt, eaten by the worms, eaten by this, saturating this, affecting that. It changes the entire ecosystem every single time, right? So we're watching as the insectoid kingdom is constantly evolving and changing by the actions of not only us as hunters, but as well as just the natural order of things, being a creature killing another creature.
I mean, there's probably evidence of that being shown, and I mean, we've seen how volatile some of the mushrooms in these areas act.
I mean, there are, but no one's fucking looking at it. All they're looking at is what's the new monster. That's all anyone cares about, especially when it comes to the research notes.
Would be the Rotten Veil.
Well, so Rotten Veil's a bit of an outlier, right? Because Rotten Lair is a little bit, Rotten Lair.
It's a rare rot.
Oh, Rotten Veil. Yeah, I know, right? The Rotten Veil is a little more of an outlier, right? Because it's an odd ecosystem that's formed out of corpses, right? So we're still studying it to this day to fully understand how some of that shit even came there. Hornitures only exist there, and we still don't really have information why. We believe that they're actually growth and extensions from the great horn flies. But we're still trying to find evolutionary reasons why they would get so big, so aggressive, and even mutate almost naturally. But to be fair, it is out of a fucking down in the dirt, so I mean...
Yeah, that's true. Actually, on notes, there's apparently 2 skulls down there. Yeah.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Or...
I'm going to take a trip
depending on the person, better.
One of the shot elementers, and then the other one's
we actually just went there to deal with a hunt for a
I think it's from reports I read. The size of the skull is double the one recorded in the old world.
Oh god, every sample that we went ahead and pulled back, it's just nothing but rotten tissue.
Which means shot elementer then.
You know, we said there's some of the librarians who are going to be digging into it a little bit. I don't have any samples with me personally, because not for me.
All those unutilized corpses of sweepers would have a field day if they discovered that place.
Hey, Liz.
Hey, Avery.
Oh, right.
For you.
So, are you in need of a mushroom specialist?
Me personally? No. Not at the moment. Right now I have to find the difference between the genomes between a Rathian fly and a Rathalos fly, which I guarantee there's something fucking minuscule.
Yeah,
well, I mean, obviously based on this, I mean, obviously fire, poison, but they don't share any of that because flies don't do that. Or...
Yeah, you're about to say it. This better not be
Also, Avery, I have something for the grip systems.
I was just curious if there's...
theory on what causes the differentiation.
She pulls out her phone and you'll see
so the data. So everything that I have found shows that these two flies are not really different. Realistically, the only thing is just the Rathalos fly has a slight more bit of resistance to fire for very obvious reasons, and the Rathian fly has a slight more resistance to poison. But outside of that, and the coloration of their kind of carapaces, There's nothing else that I can
I mean,
find.
considering we've only
So right now I'm basically doing some small tests, seeing what the difference levels is. Maybe there's something that I missed. Who knows?
Research is kind of not
Let
a
me
lot
double
there.
check.
Because there was only one in the old world. Chimera's one, which that research side is mainly on Chimera research. Was there's only
Someone mentioned
three-
that the Rotten Vale was
Giant ass
World
worm dragon.
serpents.
Yeah. If you know the
Okay.
legend of
Yes.
Nordmagunder,
I would not, but I assume it's a very, 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 very large snake
Yes.
that's able to encompass this entire area.
It is known to, from at least historical records, go through mountains and make nests there, and they are. I forget one of the record. I'm trying to think of because there's only been one fully recorded that was fought. It was on Heaven's Peak.
In the
People say
most
don't make a
literal
mountain
sense.
out of a molehill, but that one sounds like it literally turns a mountain into a molehill.
Yeah, the
no,
thing
in
is,
the
it's
most
not
literal
the
sense,
biggest elder.
giant snake.
Thing is, it's not the biggest elder dragon to exist. That actually belongs to one of the ones from here in the frontier.
I'm so ready whenever you're ready to pick a design.
The
I don't remember the name, but I don't remember the name, but I know it's the one where like its movements alone causes the entire landmass to shake and shudder, and like volcanoes go off and all kinds of wild
Yeah.
shit.
From the stories, apparently it ate an entire island in less than a day.
Has something evolved to get that big?
yes.
Not sure.
Well, so there's a lot of old like Wyverian stories that talk a lot about how the world is ever changing and alive in ways that we still don't fully understand. Most of it just sounds like folktales and folklore, right? But at this point, we fought jet dragons, giant chameleon dragons, we've fought
Demigods.
creatures that meld, demigods,
Amatsu.
Akarantos, Matsu.
I was talking about Amatsu.
Like all,
I was talking about the stars.
all different kinds, right? There's beliefs, right, that like within the world, right, there are these creatures deep down below, all the way down within the mantle, all the way down within places we've never been, right, that wait for humanity to overstep its bounds, and when it does, creatures like, the F word, and others will rise up and suddenly appear to over-encompass the world, and then hunters will have to fight after they've cleansed it of its sin. Sounds like madness, sounds like crazy shit. But also, we've also literally seen it.
So there's some kernels of truth in there, basically.
Who
We
knows,
just don't know
right?
how much.
I wouldn't be surprised. I've certainly seen stranger things happen. I mean, back home we literally have an hour where a bunch of masked individuals start swarming the street like a goddamn flood, cleaning up any bodies, living or dead, they come across.
Yeah, this world still has many wonders and still a lot to discover. Even the stories my clans give me. But any stories from here or the frontier are a lot less believable. But they exist.
Every folktale has some lens of truth to it, whether it be the moral or reason for telling it or part of the story itself.
Yeah, which actually makes me think about some of the other things that have been called gods in history.
You bitch.
A lot of the times it was somebody ate something that they shouldn't have.
From what I remember, there's a few stories like the Black Mountain God.
I feel like I'm always raising kids.
I don't know. The name I don't know. But apparently,
You could be behind the counter regardless. What are you talking about?
I was behind the counter before.
He was behind the counter before you.
Yeah, that's where I was studying research over there.
You know what? You know what? You know what?
Sand God.
Is a privilege.
It's probably some nasty monster that they spotted, and well, when you're a regular person,
I
you
just
face
think
an
made people researching
giant monster,
mushrooms.
you're gonna think it's a god.
So what I'll go ahead and tell you is, yes, we definitely could. The thing is normally if you want to be able to take a hold of a lot of this research, you really got to go out there and grab it. You know what I mean? you have to actually like go grab the books, do a little bit of reading on what's already there, a little bit of studying and stuff like that, right? We actually have decent amounts of information on a lot of the mushrooms and a lot of the fungi that do grow in the areas, but there's also a lot that we don't know about. Great example, within the volcanic hollow, there are a lot of old corpses and things from a lot of the, what we believe was actually Pyrarachnicidakis, ancient ones within the areas that left a lot of old corpses and stuff hanging by their webs. But also, there are these land bridges made entirely of what looks like these fungi spores that have hardened and almost like cemented, almost like obsidian, all the way across the way.
Living, walking volcano.
We don't have a lot of info on that. A lot of people don't touch on it. I have to go over it often because I have to fucking do a lot of gathering over there.
Not the biggest, that still belongs to Dalamadur.
See?
I have to come along next time I can get some samples.
Hey, how you doing?
Section, you can see her arm in a sling.
I wish I could say good, but not really.
That's understandable. You making sure to take care of yourself at least?
You mean make sure my dad's taken care of? Yeah.
Make sure Dan gets the payment.
Both of you.
That's how I can describe it.
Mental health is still health.
I gave Avery it already, but provided more notes for.
Another thing that makes me think, though, talking about mountain elders is.
Hey, what's your pick? Can we go on another gathering mission?
Area South Virginia stuff.
Oh, well, I saw a request for a hunt, on the board, actually. Might want to take a look at it. There was a hunt request that's actually supposed to be for gathering.
I have a really stupid
You think
question.
I might be able to join in on it?
I wasn't the one who put it up there. I'd say just make sure you react to it on the board and let them know you're interested. But if you push forward, I guarantee it'll be noticed.
That hasn't been looked at for a while. Zynogar, right?
Well, no, not the bounty board, the requests.
Oh, the expedition request, like the one I put in. By the way, talk to Calvin. It says Sunday.
There you go.
Yeah, it just took him a bit considering all the Amati situation.
No, it's understandable. I still want my bug hunt.
Well,
It's fine.
we are going to be going out collecting stuff, so there might be a bug out there.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, so there was one put on the board for a while ago called Hungry Insectivore. Like, I'm not gonna pick that up. But also, on another hunt, we found these notes and stuff for an old ruin. Yes? Oh, what's up? Oh, I got you, boss. I got you. Don't none of y'all fuck around. Please? Thank you.
Let me know if I need to curse somebody.
Mimicry of a.
When I'm able to, like, it is. These bugs, you know. Stop! You!
Ah.
Stop!
Maybe I should get myself a set of that node.
Most of the time.
Vander eats bitches.
Actually, no, yeah, you're right. It would piss off the bugs.
They have to be, so this one's a little bit weirder, right? So one of the things I learned is each hunting horn is, not hunting horn, I'm sorry, insect glade is really weird in how each one of them do, right? Because what they have to use is they utilize the same parts to recreate the sound of the creature. So for the Zynogar, where if you notice whenever it howls and yells, it still has that almost light in the undertone. Insect glade also do the same thing.
Oh, I was talking about the horn on your head.
Do you currently have anything placed out in front of you?
You know that I do.
Yeah, that one has the holes.
It was a custom order.
What are some of the things?
Yeah, because that's not standard Thunderlord armor, but.
I have a case right here that was sent to me by the commission. One side Rathalos flies, one side Rathian flies. They need to figure out the difference between the genomes because they won't believe me that there isn't. So I have to fucking dissect them a little bit to go over all the specific bits. I have my book right here where I keep my notes. And I have my empty capsule right here just in case I need to catch something.
Okay, I'm gonna tip over your capsule.
A year from now, I will zap her, and she will be like, "Why, Vic? Why?" This will be why. I will hold a year-long grudge. I'm kidding.
Actually,
I'm kidding.
oh wow. It's surprising. There's actually a lot on the bounty board.
Yeah, right.
Considering there doesn't seem to be a mentioned plus today, there might be a good time to go after one of the bounties.
Maybe. Probably one of the lower ones. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are still tired from Wednesday's fight.
I was also potentially looking to go for rider training, but I'm not sure what monster would mesh with me well. Maybe something Pisces?
Possibly.
Mostly saying because
if I could suggest against Plesioth,
I was thinking something more.
I would suggest against Plesioth. That thing freaks me the fuck out, okay? Like, I know there's like a joke of, oh, it's a literal fish with legs. Like, haha, that's the joke. No, literally, it's just a weird looking fish with legs, and they're weirdly thin, and it's...
And also, it can be bigger than a Saki Jiva.
Is there anything that's similar in appearance to a koi fish? I know that's an oddly specific thing, but...
Well, to a koi fish, that's actually...
That's actually would be Plesioth. But no, Gerototus is
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't actually believe there is a monster that resembles a koi fish. Although, what I will tell you is there are a lot of sea-bearing leviathans that we still just haven't fully found evolutions and stuff for. It's not the first time the fish have resembled their more, I shouldn't say natural, but smaller counterparts, right? You know what I mean? There's all different kinds. I mean, we're finding new evolutions and deviants all the time.
I mean, an example of a fish like Leviathan.
Question. The creature associated with my original weapon and my earring here resembles a koi fish in its appearance, at least normally.
I don't know if there's anything like a koi fish. Maybe Frontier. There might be something Frontier-wise.
I'll definitely have to take a look around for monsters that might be able to fit my fighting style or something to... I'd want a partner that'd be able to either support my strengths or cover my weaknesses. Like something that can knock me out in the rare case that I corrode while on the field.
If you want something to knock you out, then I would definitely say Malfestia would be good, because I know they do confusion and sleep.
Naturally, the fact they mentioned that. I think the sleep part is mainly Nightcloak, the variant. Units.
I think it's both, honestly.
You actually have me looking, so you obviously want a Leviathan. I mean, like that just makes sense.
It's just something to essentially close enough to work with my previous. I guess I could call it a partner. It's more of a fish that's constantly trying to take over my brain.
That's
okay.
You know, I'm gonna trust you and just wash over that. I really hate to say it, but the fish that might resemble the closest to it is probably a Plesioth. I really hate suggesting it, but like a Plesioth is probably going to be your best bet, because there are some like unique variants of the Plesioth that genuinely are just the fish is actually
green one.
There's the white water Plesioth.
Oh, there is?
Oh, that
white
one,
water
that's
Plesioth looks like a actually it is rare, but I mean that's your closest bet to a koi fish.
Yeah, also, don't worry, that's what I mentioned by the whole corroding thing. It's a very rare chance. Usually I just mentally bitch slap it if it tries anything.
Although, the good thing about having a Plesioth is if you are near bodies of water, it can actually attack from the water, but also, it is the hip check king.
Yeah, I've heard stories of hunters getting hit from the hip check when they are miles away.
On the other side of it.
So
what
one
kind
of the
wind pressure is it able to cause with its hip?
So here's a story that I was actually given, right? So I was trained how to use my insect glaive from Frontier Hunters, because I'd given a suggestion from one, and he's been helping teach me a lot. Now he hasn't been teaching me the secrets of the Frontier fighters, but he's been teaching me a lot about how to actually use the insect glaive. And one of the things he warned me about was Plesioth specifically, because as an insect glaive user, we go into the air. Now Plesioths are able to hip check you even with their weird height while you're on the ground. So he said that one time he got hip checked by a plesioth so hard that he actually flew all the way across the deserted island and landed all the way at the landing point.
Pissed.
I transfer the way
The wings, what the fuck?
He said it was. He said it was the first time he had ever been carded by a single strike.
Energy, so I offered my.
Though it was mostly the range of the fall that got him, but the strike was enough to shudder him.
That'd be enough to get me reeling for a good bit.
Welcome to Plesioth. The only downside is that's all the things that are, except like the.
In far distances into walls. I have a habit
That's
of
like
getting
all
thrown
that
into
they
walls.
do, except the rare times that like I think they induce sleep.
What the fuck?
I'll definitely have to take a look at more Piscean wyverns to find one that's closest.
Well, no, so
Plesioth
I'm
is
trying
close.
to remember.
many Piscean wyverns, sadly. But it's really the few Plesioth species, Geratodus, Beotodus, Levisioth, and some of the frontier ones as well.
You might also be thinking of Leviathans, along with Piscean wyverns.
Some Leviathans can get confused for Piscean at times, like Gobel's the best example. He's considered a Leviathan.
It's just a giant fish, but it's a Leviathan.
Yeah, it does go up on land, so yeah. I've seen a Gobel. I see it almost ate someone whole 'cause they decided, oh, I'm gonna go fishing and not think about things.
Might be a case of conversion evolution.
Maybe. The thing is, a lot of the Gobels, at least I read about, that hunters have hunted were juvenile.
Yeah, there's another technical fish type one, the nibble snarf.
Oh yeah, nibble snarf, the sandfish.
You want a nibble snarf. You want a nibble snarf. You want one. I promise.
Why is it named that? That's such a goofy name.
It looks goofy too.
It's a goofy monster. It's a goofy monster. It's a sand leviathan. It preys on a lot of things within sand. That's actually something I remember. There's another Piscean wyvern in sand. The
Oh yeah, the Cephadrome.
Yeah, I was thinking the small one. Cephadrome.
Yeah, because the Cephadrome is the bigger one, and these little ones are the Cephaloses.
Yeah.
Sadly, myself and I are still.
I mean, there was also the recent edition of I think we're talking about the same one, but that worm-looking thing that we ran into on the sand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the pictures of that.
Sadly,
Yeah, Valhalla. That's the only one we really have a name for other than the frog.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Interesting looking thing.
I think they just released the name of that weird chicken brute wyvern we found.
No, not yet. Not yet. Not as far as we've seen. No.
I thought we have. I love
that monster with all of my heart for one reason. So many monsters look kinda like, no, that's just a fucking chicken. That's just a fucking chicken. That's no bullshit. That's just a fucking chicken. That makes me happy.
Exactly.
I thought
that makes me happy. I don't know why. I love that.
Kuluyaku, I think. I thought that was the chicken.
Oh. No, there's another one that looks more like a chicken.
Kalypsia is the most
yes.
annoying bird we ever deal with.
Kalypsia, and then there's, I'm pretty sure from the old world, there's Yankuku as well.
You all have some very
Yinkutku. Yeah, Yinkutku.
Yeah.
I barely know a lot of them.
Yinkutku and Yingaruga. Yeah, Yinkutku and Yangaruga.
But it's just like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why is it all I'm thinking of is a tiny Kuluyaku
You know what's the
just jumping up
saddest
onto a
thing about
desk and knocking
Yangaruga
things
that I
over now?
learned?
You put that image in
I
my
was
head.
actually trying to read over some of like the deviants of different monsters and stuff like that. All of the
Oh,
deviants
yeah.
of the Yingaruga are just hurt Yingarugas.
Yeah,
all of them.
Yeah.
Do they at least taste like chicken?
One ear, yeah, all of them. Really do.
Yeah.
But also,
I mean,
imagine
they're
how
like the
pissed off and
Odogaron of
resentful
the
you have to be
Yankukus.
that all of your deviants are just versions that were hurt by hunters and lived. And they consider you deviants.
Well, one of them is considered a variant, or a few of them are considered variants, but the deviant is Deadeye.
Yeah.
Bruner's just a variant.
Oh, it's just a variant on that one? Okay.
Yep, it is just a variant. It has no deviants.
I know Bloodbath is one.
Variants on the level of pissy because it almost died, I guess.
We don't talk about scoring the Magna Mallow, though. That is enough on itself.
Luckily, no one's come across one. Even Chimera, we haven't come across one yet, which is good.
I'm kind of sad that Nibble Snarf doesn't have a deviant. I think that's bullshit, and I feel like it should be changed.
Looks like it'd just be hanging around in fucking Escorp or something like that.
I think it was a tempered, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was tempered. Because there was the Apex, Hex, Rathalos, and Rathian.
It's funny, because tempered is also its own thing where, yeah, it's meant to loosen for a lot of battles, so they have scars too.
That's yeah, okay. But
yeah, it's fair.
How bad does the trauma on a monster have to be? How bad does the trauma have? I guess the deviants that are...
They haven't been around often, though.
On the monster, look at
kind
the
of
Yeah, you kind of need to get to a very high level of hunter as well as getting special permits and all kinds of shit.
I assume the difference between a deviant variant that's caused by injury compared to something like tempering is probably that the variants are caused by one explicit near-death experience, while tempering is much less lethal over time. Near-death experiences.
I can say with deviants, most of the time...
What's up?
Or for most of the deviants, it's actually caused by hunters.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad. Going over Rathian flies and Rathalos flies.
Yeah.
Wyverians, I want to know if there's any geno differences between the two.
Mutation is that.
I guess really the moral of the story is, if you're gonna go after something, finish the damn job.
You're talking about evolving into insects, yes?
There's a few
One good
deviants
example for that is like Bloodbath Diablos.
How's that gonna go? Are they gonna get much larger?
I can only assume it's...
Basically, a hunter breaks one of their horns.
Well, they're not gonna get massively larger. Some of them may change in size, but it depends on how we raise them, right? The utilization of these, I call them mimic jellies, where you're utilizing the monster parts to naturally produce them, which enhances both what they do as well as the power that comes behind them. Some of them can grow and evolve either like, I'm trying to think of like off the top of my head, like I could have a Maldron become a Ghoul Shad that becomes a Bull Shroud that then grows into a Lady Tower. Or if I grow it differently, I can grow into a Gleam Beetle or a Fleet Flammer. Like, they can grow and change and evolve each time based on what we use and give them, and then the elements that they're imbued with enhance even more.
That's one of the deviants that's
kind of like my Monarch right now, who technically, if I keep growing it the way that I'm growing it, it'll end up becoming an exalted Alucanid.
Must be an elusive specimen.
Complicated word, but sounds very interesting, and I do hope to see it someday.
There are unique variants of each insect, but it kind of depends on whether or not it's either going to be like more of a beetle or more of a butterfly. Those tend to be the main two. Some are dragonflies, more so.
Shame that we didn't get any kills on the one hunt that I did manage to get on due to it being a low rank. But
I find a useful difference in both. The nice thing about a lot of the butterfly ones is normally they're evolved mostly through speed, so a lot of them are actually able to gather way faster than you could imagine.
My curiosity. You can do a lot of things without something based on the density and how it tastes.
I'd say a fully raised Grand Cathar could probably outdo every other bug in terms of its gathering potential.
Using the meat from the
that fast.
That is very surprising.
The thing that was causing giant storms, they
That
turned
was the
into a
one
sausage.
that, when I was wearing my beetle armor, it was the really long one that was on me. Really long blue one.
I know that there are ways to respect the dead involving getting rid of their corpse, but even then,
She's
that's
a
just kind of
fast
goofy. I can't help but chuckle.
Honestly, what do you think? It was a sharp finish.
I mean, at least nothing's
I
going
can
to waste,
definitely
I
tell.
guess.
I can definitely tell.
I forgot to ask for nail paint though. 1 and 0 hot pink.
Even the there was a cleanup
Yeah, I like to do a violent hot pink.
I'm sure it'll look good.
Fully went and got rid of the
Oh,
body
definitely
this time.
will.
Because Yeah, we discovered that's actually the same one from Kimura.
But yeah, I'm also trying to look into getting some new armor.
It did not die
I feel
initially.
like my Savage Saboteur armor may upset my Dodogama, so I want to get something
Creatures,
else.
if you have to hunt them, how long does it take to carve and remove everything?
Right, you've seen me mix up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna see about selling the armor and trading it for something else.
Honestly, they have to
I need to
go
go into the trading channels to see about that.
One that is more primarily.
Although it might too, some of it's left to the area for like other monster scavengers to.
How you doing, by the way, Vic?
If it ain't
I'm
broke,
doing
don't
alright.
fix it.
Currently stuck with boring research that the Wyverians want me to fucking look over.
Yeah.
They will not listen to me that there's no genome differences between the Rathian flies and the Rathalos flies, but they refuse to believe me, so now I have to multi-dissect the fucking things and list every bit. They believe that there is a difference, because technically there is, right? The carapaces are different, and what they're resistant to is actually different. These flies can last like 3 months, way more than any normal fly can, and they're bigger and more menacing. That's why after you fight like Rathians and Rathaloses, you might notice sometimes you got some bug bites. That's the flies. And the thing is both of them are different based on what their resistances are. For instance, Rathian can handle poisons a lot better. Rathalos, shockingly flame-proof. But in terms of their genomes, these are the same tree. Both the same fly, because technically the same thing is true of the Rathian and the Rathalos.
When it comes up.
Yeah, because both of them are like. The Rathian is the female version of a Rathalos. They are the exact same genome. It's just a Rathian is different with different effects with its female form, and the Rathalos is in its male form and stuff, which also has its major differences. So yeah, it would make sense that the flies are the same. The females would be on the poison side, and the males would be on the fire side, and when both the male and the female Rathian and Rathalos are together, and the flies are together as well. Yeah, it does make sense.
Exactly, right. Something that I was trying to tell you. It's like trying to compare a Moldrum to a...
The Chedacabra, though, that I did manage to get 2 scales for study, I at least discovered it's not the strongest in terms of scales.
Same family tree, but micro differences between their growth patterns and how they actually...
Ranking probably a Tobi Kadachi, so it's not the strongest monster. It'd probably be a low rank of some sorts.
He's trying his best.
Oh, Toby?
He's having a Eureka moment.
Oh, no, the new one, Chedacabra. I studied the skills. It's not the strongest. I still need another sample of it to see if it has any elemental-based weaknesses, but...
Is this from the lightning mode?
Instead of going on a mission, I'll see if I can carve a chunk.
Yeah, this is the
yeah, well, we're not allowed to hunt anything just yet.
What is the difference? The
So, yeah, it's new area and such.
Moldrones and Cauldrons. Technically, both are under the same exact tree, but we do not list them as the same kinsects, both having massive evolutionary chains behind how they change and evolve. For instance, whereas a Cauldron becomes a wind chopper, a Moldrone becomes a Gulshat. And both of them are changed based on genome differences, not between anything other than their X and Y chromosomes, which affects whether they're sharp or whether they're dull and more blunt. Meaning, what I need to be looking at is actually what their evolutionary trees are going to become, not what they already are.
Oh, that makes sense. The difference between them is the fact that they evolve into different species. Yeah.
And they haven't had the chance to because they live in an environment that is a Rathian and a Rathalos, meaning even though they can live for 3 months at a time, they end up dying anyways due to constant conflicts between other creatures in their environments.
It's big. It is big.
I just need to raise them.
Yeah.
It's probably an intimidation display, similar to when it flares its nostril.
Yeah, probably a
You guys are gonna be bothering me for a couple of weeks, and that's okay. Alright, you're good. Welcome to the family.
It's not that big. It's almost the same.
Okay.
It's a little bit smaller than a Brachydios.
God damn it, why do I fucking think of these fucking things?
So, yeah, it's not a big one.
Yeah, I know, right?
Too big,
It's awesome.
That's probably why it has that giant flame to make it look
Like,
bigger.
I've never been happier hanging around here. I've never been happier.
Little guy, big fire.
Evolution is a.
Guys, we were doing good today.
But I can tell from at least the structure.
We were doing good today. Chill.
It has this whole heightened.
So I'm raising baby thunder, the thunder bugs. We're trying to see if we can replicate the same pseudo relationship that happens between Zenogres
Some kind of insulator.
and their insects and fulgur bugs. But this is from the Thunderlord Zenogre, and unfortunately, I think these guys just kind of create the shards.
I think like it worked better if I was wearing it.
A lot of things there.
They considered getting some kind of grounding for your armor.
Thankfully, Crimson Star wasn't affected because that apparently makes them.
Have you considered coating the inside of your armor with rubber?
That's what the horn is.
Yeah, any of the sections where it looks like bone, that's what that is. And we do. The only problem is, right, is that would be great. Unfortunately, the moment I fight a single creature that decides to shoot flames at me, that rubber can melt.
Yeah, rubber is not the best option for grounding.
So mostly, the main thing, right, is these are young, right? The idea is to the ones that we're raising, because we're also raising great dracophage bugs. Technically, right now, they're just dracophage bugs, but grown enough, they could become great, right? The idea is first we're trying to find how their ecosystems work. We know how the thunder bugs go, we know how the fulgur bugs currently go, but the dracophage bugs are a little bit more difficult. We have to keep putting them back in containers because everywhere we try to raise them, the dragon element fucks it entirely. So it's a fucking process, right? But the good news is we at least have an ecosystem set up for the thunder bugs and the fulgur bugs. Both are very, very similar. It's just the thunder bugs reproduce twice as much. And the charge is a little bit more aggressive. You had to experience that, my dear Paul. Oh, I'm apologizing. It'll be fine. You're good. But what we learned, right, is we're just trying to find a way to replicate the relationship, right? The tough thing is the Zenogres, what they do, right, is they're raised from pups, right? We actually have, oh my god, you've seen a Zenogre pup? It's an actual thing.
Yeah.
It's
No,
adorable.
Brought 3 of them over to the group before.
Cora and Thor brought some.
An overdose of pure happiness.
Yeah, but
and
the big thing, right, is they build this relationship through years, as well as a lineage-based relationship from getting rid of their predators. The other thing is their howl, which helps call and push them away. Now, we do have Sypha and her fancy dancy, good night, who has her little whistle, but we're not going to be able to replicate that for every hunter and stuff like that. So the idea is we're trying to see if through just naturally living together, both with your armor and the insects, if we could build a similar relationship with specific hunters.
What's another Wyvernian?
Would
Yeah.
Basically, the lands of the
really
HMs.
tall. Would you
Sorry, I got
be
distracted. I just saw another Wyvernian.
Sadly, that
Yeah,
area no longer exists and is crashed.
would you be up for, I don't know if there's another little batch of them that you're looking to possibly have with somebody?
Then I'll be surprised.
Yeah. That's what I was
Might
saying.
work with me.
Of course. Yeah.
Lightning bug, lightning spirit.
The old world.
Well, the big thing is communication. That's the biggest thing. Now, luckily with Kinsects have a much higher level of education. I would say a baby Kinsect is knowledge-wise similar to a dog, right? They can understand certain things like body gesture, raising your voice, as well as the glaive itself, right? But then a fully grown Kinsect is intelligent enough to be able to understand basic human speech. But the problem is, thunderbugs, fulgur bugs, not as smart. Even great dracophage bugs, still not as smart. You bother the damn thing, it attacks you. Well, attacks you. It's dragon element, so it just kind of attacks everything. But we're trying to figure out the communication part. The biggest thing is we're hoping that through natural growth and use of working together with the hunter, if they'll be able to communicate. I know that we do have a hunter who utilizes fulgur bugs, but thunderbugs a little bit more wild for reasons.
So, it's up to you. If you have some.
The one person that deals with all of those.
Oh, I plan on it. I need to sit down with her, like just steal her away for a good 4 to 5 hour long conversation about the bugs. But I don't want to do that yet, because then I'm going to come off as weird. Because the bug talk. It's a lot of bug talk. Oh yeah, but there's a certain limit of like too much bug talk, right? 1 to 2 hours, really invested. 3 to 4 hours, you're a little strange. 5 to 6, you need to go home.
Let's put it this way.
See a
Kara
therapist.
is the one person, if you want to ever know anything about Zenogres, talk to her. She knows everything about them, literally.
I gotcha.
Cora is the person of the
Dragono
longest
does
recorded
too,
talk
but
I've had with her
not to
was
the
like,
extent Cora does.
It was like a 4-hour talk with her about Zenogres and how their Fulgur bugs and Thunder bugs work. I had that entire talk for 4 hours.
Ooh. Ah, God, that reminds me, today's a really sad day. Because all of my kinsects are going into their first stage of evolution.
Well, as I was saying,
My
if you
babies
want
are growing up. Because they're growing up.
I have a few thoughts in
Listen,
regards to
when
what
I got so used to every half hour checking on the bubble blight kinsect because the poor baby either flipped upside down because it slipped or it's trying to get to its food but it can't because the bubble, like, he's pushing it away. And when it learns to be able to handle it and control it, I lost a part of my cycle. You know?
That's when you just raise another
I guess it's kind of like your kids growing up.
Well, first I want to get all of these, because once I get all of them to their 4th stage and I can document all of that, I get to shove it in the filthy fucking researcher's goddamn face. Had a Wyverian finger point at me saying, "How dare you mess with our research on how we raise kinsects?" Tried to point fingers at me and showed him his old-ass fucking emperor bug that damn near was dying on his arm, acting like it was God's send to the world. And I was like, well, hold on. Evolution is not a negative thing, and these kinsects are not hurting anything. And he's like, you're going to disrupt our community. I was like, oh, that's great. I'm going to talk to you in like a year. In your face.
Just make sure you make a copy of that documentation before you do that.
Oh, no worries. All of that information is first going to go here, first going to be peer reviewed, then I'm going to resubmit it, then peer reviewed again, then resubmitted, then I shove it in their face.
There you go. Smart.
Also, did you see that on the researcher's handbook on the 6th page? Hold on. Check it out. That's my notes.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm proud. I'm really happy. Makes me happy.
If you want to try something with another little batch of those guys, I have an idea. I wonder if it's the voltage.
Well, first I want to make sure to talk to Ms. Zenogre herself. Get a good idea of what she already knows. You know, researchers handing notes to each other, that kind of thing, right? And then once I have a better idea of what she knows and things she does, I try to incorporate that with some of the stuff I know and I do, and then we meet in the middle.
Well, as you can imagine...
By the way, Vic, if you want to see some more of the Kushala notes, Avery's got the latest set, specifically on the Risen State for Satsumi. So if you ever want to read up on it.
I'd be interested. My priorities are bugs, right? So obviously I'm kind of prioritizing them right now. It does sound interesting.
Dragon blight bugs from my Valstrax, actually.
So what is an
if you're talking about Dracophage bugs, I do actually already have some. We're trying to figure out a way of replicating an ecosystem for them to grow. The problem is the dragon blight keeps fucking killing everything, so...
Yeah, the Draco bugs keep appearing around my Valstrax for no reason, so we're trying to figure out that scenario right now.
Around your Valstrax?
Actually, here's
My
a
Valstrax
good
commits a lot of
idea.
dragon blight around them most times when they're sleeping, so the bugs move up to them from that energy for some reason. We're trying to figure out why.
Do you have a spare part from Crimson?
I have like multiple. I have like 35 parts of Valstrax.
Hey Vic.
He's cooking, God, hold on.
Ecosystem of a Valstrax.
Would a part be able to mimic that, do you think?
A part? No, with some parts, it can actually hold some of the dragon blight that was stored within it, but that's gonna go dormant after a while. So no point after a few days.
Most Faustraxes hunt
Fresh, it'd be
not only
really
within
cool.
water, but then they bring their food up to high mountain peaks and locations where.
That's the problem with also Valstrax parts.
The problem isn't that we need to find an
He's
ecosystem.
cooking when. Oh, never mind.
Yes, ma'am?
Do you know whoever's technically a smithy here?
I got one right there. There was one right here, although they walked away. So right now, I'm gonna point fingers at the closest one, which is gonna be that one right there.
Yeah, Maxine.
Alright.
Hello, Kildare.
That is Thunderlord Zenoga.
I'll leave you to it.
It's beautiful, honestly. Also,
We're currently trying.
congratulations, by the way.
How much money to like?
Thank you very much. I'm still caught off guard, but I'm happy nonetheless.
I'll be honest with what I have heard of your exploits thus far. It felt like it was a good fit, you know. So.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do my best to hold it true. And with everything, stop it.
I should probably be more specific when I say snap.
Oh no, these are hypercharged. These are thunderbugs.
It's basically.
I see. I'm just full on thunderbugs in there. Oh, no.
We're essentially attempting to see if we can build a similar pseudo relationship that you can also do with like as an ogre and a fulgur bug, but with the thunderbugs. So we're able to create an ecosystem for them to grow, and then we collected some of their larvae, placed them within the actual peltier, and now they are essentially growing.
First time I don't. I can have it on the house for me at least.
So far, it's actually been really positive. The good news is my weapon is always fully charged.
Since it's a lower condition metal one, it's usually like for starter hunters.
Oh yeah, makes the whole Thunderlord X part of the armor
I keep breaking them.
a big deal.
These are lower quality one because of how often I break them.
Having a bit of a day, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Cool.
Understood. Any way I could help.
Break them more often. Usually that means you want a higher quality.
Who I can grab
Higher
a drink
quality,
from.
it
But I'm the
less
bloody
chance of
bartender. What am I
breaking
saying?
and higher
I just haven't
condition.
kicked on the roll in a minute. I'm like one of the two people who would
Truthfully, probably.
to be bartenders.
I think the smithies that I go to.
Yeah, get yourself a drink.
Be coming to them like every other day to fix.
I'm sure they wouldn't give a shit. I'll be right back.
Trust me.
Yeah, go get a big man.
Here, at least within this area, we have hunters that go on a daily breaking their weapons.
So,
we enjoy what we do.
If in the future, as you can imagine, anything lightning related, I'd love to help.
I can go get the
See if there's anything I might be able to assist with.
Of course.
I'll go
I think mostly right now it's kind of just been because I mean, mind you, this is a pretty big part because I really do love wearing this armor because I'm kind of getting used to the feel of it and everything like that. But eventually, I'm gonna be real. I need to stop wearing armor while I'm doing this, and I need to actually have just researched like clothes. You know what I mean? Like all the fancy. Because right now I have to do these little like attachments and stuff, and it's never good enough in my opinion.
Well, I was just saying, like, if you had another little group of those guys that you're currently not having infest you. I could try seeing if they, you know, if there might be sort of like the energy the creature produces might be a way of assisting that. Considering I naturally produce it, they absorb the energy from them unless they're outputting their own sort of electricity, I'm assuming, from what I can tell. So,
Considering the armor,
okay.
I wonder if that might be kind of the bonding thing is they're getting electricity produces sort of energy waves, magnetism, that sort of thing. So it might be something specific that their body is taking in the energy and thus sort of emitting it, unless it keeps them attracted.
Cool.
That's okay. That's a herbivore.
Huh? Oh yeah, no, it was just somebody was jumping away. Was just making sure they weren't being. Okay.
I have a long pointy stick if needed.
As a guardian, it's kind of my job to actually jump in just in case. Okay.
Oh, congratulations.
Okay, third.
with it even after the weapon broke.
Oh yeah, that's still getting used to the title.
I can see the iron in it.
But yeah, that's just a curiosity I have, is if I start out at a low voltage and then slowly increase, and maybe there's a sweet spot where they'll be calm or something.
Iron than steel.
Possibly. Not a terrible idea.
I paid like
Coated it with steel.
$1,000 for it.
What the?
Because it might be something like that where, I mean,
Did I get gypped out of my
they
money?
produce their own
Yes.
electricity, right?
Even a steel one isn't that much.
Yes.
So-
They are naturally able to produce their own electrical charge.
Iron.
So possibly the Rathalos,
This is
right?
what we get for getting weapons outside of Earth. Damn it.
Is that is the right name?
No. These are attached to Zenogres.
Xenogres. Sorry, there's a lot of names that I
I know it takes time. You get used to it.
With the Xenogre, the charge goes into it and it holds the charge, so maybe as a result, it helps them not need to exert as much energy to keep their charge going.
Some random
Yeah, that's why. That's actually why the bones and the horns are so important. That's actually what they are. They're essentially grounding for the creature. It's why whenever they're younger and they're children, they never overcharge because their horns and stuff have barely grown in. If they do, it'll kill them. But whenever they're fully grown and in a mature state, you'll notice that whenever one goes into its like hypercharge or its charge state, the horns will actually grow out longer because they're taking in all of that charge and electrical power.
So what you're saying is I need to get a puppy.
Show up around here. They've only been,
Well, they do still kind of come out of eggs, but they do come out as puppies. And then, which technically, I mean, realistically,
Yeah, you're definitely gonna get better quality here and not.
you could if it was like a mount.
As much.
Mine's gross though. I want a Celtis queen and a Celtis.
Honestly,
I'm super excited the moment I get a chance to even kind of go for like an egg hunt or something like that for one.
What do you look like?
Yeah, if there's ever a chance for one, I definitely would be interested.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
well into his years, I think, based on how human life
I've hit my timer, so I am gonna jump out of this armor and put back on my research gear so I can actually study. Also, I guarantee I've got 2 Kinsects that are very needy right now. I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah. At most, maybe he didn't have access to the right materials. Because that is not steel, that is more iron than anything.
He said something about me going through his reserves.
If it was a small village, then he probably didn't have a whole lot. But still, 1,000 zen? Oh. For steel here, it's like... I have the papers.
That's worth 600.
I don't even think it's worth that. I don't even think that much. I always keep a sheet on me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Iron is one of the starting
250. It's
steel.
usually 250 zenny here, because it's just a material weapon. It's not really, because it's weird here. We base it on the monster's rank. So it's like say a Barioth, it would be counted as a high rank. No, it would be counted as a high rank weapon. Yeah, so you might have got gypped.
That's fine. I just need to work on getting arts then. I can actually get a weapon.
Well, at least there will be hunts around here.
A weapon so you can get the materials at least. The least we could do.
He told me it's the Jane Doe bot.
Yeah, we do rentals.
I'm gonna break it if I get a rental. I should probably just wait to get my own.
How are you feeling?
I'm still.
There we go.
Might be a good idea because from what I saw from the, even though that was made of iron, there's still a lot of
I don't need to get better at understanding the names of various creatures.
Anyways.
There's a large one over there, most likely an herbivore.
I mean, the charge blade.
About the size of an Aptonoth.
Oh yeah, remember, there are just a lot of Jurassic creatures that exist that we just kind of have basic science-based terminology for. That looks like one of them.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not allowed
think that's a Maya.
It's not. I'm never good at names. I don't know why. Names just never stick with me.
I get you. I get you.
Yeah. Either way, a beautiful one.
Something I did.
Always entertaining that just watch them go about their day. Peaceful too.
100%.
Gauntlets made that were based on burial.
Yeah.
I punched with them.
Let's just see about joining the research guild. It'd be nice, and I think it'd bring me a good amount of money too.
Working on it, a gauntlet type weapon.
Well, if the reason why you want to get into the research division is for Zenny, I don't think that's a.
It's just that. No.
You like Chef then?
I really like nature in general. I'm very curious about it, and exchanging knowledge with other people about it.
Understood.
And helping further develop research of it. I've done my participation with nature at keeping balance.
If he does come around today.
Even before I joined this guild.
Or at least make sure he's doing it when he's Everjang and not his Voljang.
I've just never worked with another intelligent species, you know?
Yeah. What were you saying?
You wouldn't happen to have any vigor wasps, would you?
I'm currently raising 2 at my house.
Because I still need to get a few for starting my research on the effects of them interacting with different herbs, and if interacting with men or rich ones changes anything.
Okay. Oh, well, I mean, getting a vigor wasp is actually really easy. I'm probably gonna be going out over the weekend. I can see about catching a small one. That way you can go ahead and raise it to a much larger state.
Yeah, if you can get one or like 2 or 3, that would be nice.
Oh yeah, not a trouble at all. Vigor wasps are very easy to raise.
Yeah, because I want to have some separate habitats where I'll put one in each and see how, they interact with the different plants.
Yeah.
And I can definitely let you know, or if you want to come, or if you want, I can come set it up where you are, so you can get research out of it if it's something you're interested in.
If it's anything insectoid related, I am definitely invested.
Fair enough.
I'm not full on commissions, because then I might just give it to you, Avery.
I can definitely, it's definitely something we can work out together if you, in the future if you like, on where it is.
Hell yeah, 100%.
Because I have my garden set up at my shrine. You're somebody I'm perfectly fine with. Don't bite the bug, it bites back.
Oh, buddy, no. Don't touch the bugs, don't touch the bugs. These are my little guys. Hey, whoa, careful. Whoa, yep, there's a person under there. Hey, my guy, whoa.
This is truly lovely.
Somebody I trust enough to know where my shrine is that, won't cause any issues or anything, so I can definitely show you where it is.
I have no plans to.
I mean, I'm sure I can deal with pretty much anything that comes near it, but at the same time, until I can get it more settled in, I'm cautious. New shrine, it's just me.
Because a hammer might be better for you at that point.
So,
Okay, I got you.
I need guardians, I need shrine maidens, the whole thing to make sure that everything is with it is going smoothly, so I'm protective until I can get that. But, like I said, you're somebody I trust, so I can definitely bring you up, and it's basically just go to the onsen, and then I can. It's nearby there, since the onsen's on my territory.
Okay, sounds good.
So, whenever we get that going, by all means, you can come by and check on things. Just let me know.
I'm looking at the durability.
Hell yeah, understood.
I think it'll be fun.
So black Diablos
Really
and Uragan
interested
are
to see how
probably
things
the
go.
most durable. Tigrex as well. Tigrex tend to be.
Have you ever
durable,
tried
very
collecting the
durable.
dust that they poof out?
Out of those three,
Yep.
which one would you
Is that used in
want
anything?
most?
Is it used? Often, actually. The New World way of raising insects actually specifically utilizes the fact that a lot of them tend to produce some powder that commits blasts, some that helps with elemental damage, other that has to do with recovery and things like that. Which is why they raise them in a very standardized way, so they don't do as much with their elemental counterpart, but they do spread a lot of that powder that gets utilized in combat. So even my own, the ones that I'm raising, they still produce that powder.
So, is it just collected in a vial or something and you kind of just splash it on you, or what? How do you utilize
I
the
splash it
powder?
on me? Oh, well, no, the way you normally utilize the powder is just whenever the kinsect is attacking the creature, the powder naturally emits outwards and then covers the creature. What I do is I end up collecting mine in these little sacks and stuff, and then what I'll do is essentially I have a way of recreating a membrane that we found that omocants actually naturally produce in their stomachs, that we're able to then make these jellies utilizing alchemicals from bitter bugs and some honey. We're able to recreate jellies that the old world would normally gather from these plants.
Okay.
So Rex arms.
It's a process. It's a process, but
I was
it's
just
worth it in the end.
one of the things that I'm looking into, like I said before, is the combination of the normal methods they do here, but integrating mana into it. So I'm curious if I take the powder from the vigor bugs that helps with healing and rejuvenation, and I mix that in or make a health potion out of it, if that causes any different effects, if it's more effective, that sort of thing.
I thought you would.
Oh, of course.
Maybe it enhances normal healing potions.
Oh. You mean with
That's something I'm looking into.
I could definitely see it.
Upgrading my lights?
Yeah.
Well, yes, because I know you had mentioned, and I'm saying this like I think a couple Smiths over there right
Make
now.
a pepper ball full of it and just shoot somebody with a paintball gun with a little pepper ball that's filled with it.
From the monsters for this?
I'd be interested. I'd be invested.
Be a way of, ranged, at least semi-healing. There won't be much in it to do much, but I mean, it definitely help start stabilizing somebody, give them a bit more time.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure
definitely
it's
see it.
sting because you're getting hit with paintball, but it's better than nothing. Gas grenade.
Oh, it's a shapeshifter. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, I can give you.
So do I, to be honest. Be the only way
Why
I can
can't you,
get
transform into a bat or something, you told me?
Give
yesterday?
you 250 discount because
not
that
the
was
right,
really
I'm not the right
scummy of
strain of
the
vampire
other
from my
blacksmith
world,
to charge you with
unfortunately.
1,000 for.
Limited to
So instead of 750, just pay.
I mean, still, you can.
Because that's really
I don't
scummy
know,
of
can you
another
fly in
blacksmith
this,
to charge
or,
you
like,
what is basically the full price of
be
an
smaller?
elder weapon for a regular iron weapon. You deserve to yeah. Alright, I'll get that working for you. I'll make the whole arrangements for that.
Oryx over there is also a Smith bound.
Does it burn?
Is her old charge blade. You can see how
Does the powder burn?
it's in shambles.
I don't know.
Does the powder burn? Well, at least when it comes to what a Vigor Wasp produces, I mean, a little bit, but it's kind of hard to burn. The only kind of dust a Vigor Wasp really produces is more just kind of an after effect of the fact that it naturally produces all the actual, Vigor fluid. But when it comes to the...
Don't worry about that. Someone's just doing something crazy.
Okay. Whenever it comes to the kinsects and whatnot, it depends. If it's blast, yes. If it is elemental, actually, it does tend to enhance the flames. It doesn't burn very well though, funnily enough. But if it is for recovery, similar to the Vigor Wasp, it does burn, but like it's a process and it tends to be a little bit difficult to burn.
Yeah. I was just like thinking of different ways you could utilize it. Mix it in with tea, maybe make a candle out of it. That helps, you know, just small rejuvenation, relaxing things. I don't know. This is, I think of small little silly things as well as major things.
Well, no. The small, silly things that you're talking about are actually incredibly important. Great example. One of the biggest reasons why a lot of the meals that we eat in there actually have such an almost revigorating feeling of how they imbue us is actually because one of the major ingredients they use is actually a mixture of natural herbs, basically soaked and saturated in Vigor Wasp fluid.
Oh, okay. Is it the fluid or the dust that
this
rejuvenates?
So the actual fluids themselves are actually what helps heal and rejuvenate. But what they did is they mixed them in with herbs, which naturally are absorbent anyways, and also are utilized for healing concoctions as they are now, and utilize them within some of the actual quote-unquote seasoning or salads that whenever you eat, that's why you feel that revigoration inside of it. Ma'am, how can I help you?
I do.
Are you talking food?
Technician, I do engineering, and I do medical. Hello. How can I help?
So you do work with monster parts.
Sorry, I like food.
Yeah.
No, that's understandable. I was just explaining to them why the small things matter so much, because one of the reasons why we found out that taking herbs as well as like celery and things like that, and then soaking it within Vigor Wasp fluid is actually one of the key ingredients that they actually do when they're cooking in there for a lot of the food, because it actually helps imbue you with that revigoration and helps with your healing. And we found that out because just some guy decided one day he just wanted to test it out with his salad.
Maybe? Because it works.
Oh, if you ever want a bit of spice, I mean, take a fire pepper. Those things really pack a punch.
Oh, 100%.
I can make custom weapons. However,
That is how we make hot drink. So I mean, it makes sense.
That's what makes the blade. I cannot enhance the kyber crystal.
Big crunchy
Shit does kick. Yeah, this is a guy right here loves fire peppers.
Thing, but that would not be part of the grip. That would be part of either a hard light generator or a literal like
Are you an insect glaive user?
Mobile suit
How can you tell?
I assume it's the master
You couldn't make it any more obvious if you tried.
monster parts.
Yes, yeah, I'm an insect glaive user.
You like block.
I was actually the one who was in the Thunderlord.
All the time.
Something capable of
Yeah, the first time I tried it, I didn't realize how you actually have to do it, and I flew into a wall and broke my nose. The fifth time I tried it, and my teacher was teaching me, I finally was able to soar through the sky correctly, but then I learned landing. It popped my ankle out of socket. That was... Yeah, it was a process,
an
but...
insect glaive once. It couldn't even get me off the ground.
I believe that.
Upgrade it to it is not a physical.
That is also very... That is also very terrifying, because insect glaives can pick up frontier hunters.
It does sound nice, but it sounds like a bit too much responsibility for me, especially with how busy I am with ELP right now.
You know what's funny? A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. These guys really aren't that demanding. They're really not.
Don't get me wrong, it's just, you know, a big responsibility.
I mean,
Yeah, it is. It is. I can argue that.
because it just kind of matches, and plus the whole, like, we already kind of talked about it and everything, so.
Considering trying to sell them,
yeah.
I've been using the greatsword for a while.
Well, if I could make a suggestion to you, I think you would really, really like, you want to make sure to get a Muldrone, grow it into a Ghoulshad, and then grow it further into a Whisper Wisp. I think you would love them. They're entirely speed-oriented. They're more like butterflies. They have roughly about 4 sect of wings. They have a bluish shade to them with a cyan inside. They're very good about speed. They'll fly in fast, gather what you need, come right the hell back. Actually, this one right here is my other speed one. This is my Grand Cathar. He moves as fast damn near as a bullet. Send it right for the creature, he's already right back to me, gathered what I need. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but he does slice a little bit. And I'm thinking once this boy's all grown up, one day I'm gonna chop me off a tail with him.
Doing that way for like months now. You can check the doc. The pricing on that.
Yeah, because I know we talked about,
It's literally on the doc.
I forget what it was. It was the creatures that can go invisible. Feeding a few parts from that.
Oh, you're talking about Chameleos.
Yes.
Well, me and Cerny have been doing that way.
So I am still in the process of working with that. I have completely realized that, once again, these are Elder Dragon parts. So unfortunately, I cannot utilize the same process that I have been using, because a lot of the alchemical reactions that came from the bitter bugs was able to melt down the actual material. You got really excited, so I'll let you talk.
Sorry, I just remembered that Cypher.
Whatever price you want. We just charge 250 to 500.
Gathered parts.
So me and Cerny have been doing it for like.
Yeah, so she already handed them to me, which is why I've been working on them. The problem is that the alchemical reactions from the bitter bug, I was able to turn the parts that I was using into the ambrosia-based jellies that I was using to help grow the creatures. The problem is, every reaction I've tried does not melt this shit down. It's Elder Dragon parts. So I'm having to look outside, right? Which unfortunately has me asking questions, which when you try to ask like Wyverians and stuff about certain ingredients and stuff that could melt down Elder Dragon parts, they start to look at you funny. Like you're asking for something really fucked up and then they don't really listen. So I'm having to do a little bit of digging myself, but I have some ideas. It's all about leads.
You know?
The issue with that and the thing I have.
If I can help in any way, please let me know.
I have tried that and it has exploded.
Oh, definitely. A lot of it
explode every time. I don't know if the crystal is sentient, but the crystal is aware. The crystal. That's a weird drink.
There's a couple of residents of the Jurassic Forest, I think, that are out here today. Not really too surprising. Yeah, they're just nomming on some trees and stuff.
I don't know if they're sentient.
Like I said, nomming on some trees and stuff.
Refuse any modification.
That doesn't.
You can't imbue them with the energy.
Little concerning,
It
but
just
alright.
doesn't work. Like,
We have some people that are out there. Yeah, I guarantee they got their eyes on. And I'm on security comms, so anyone starts screaming anything,
Oh yeah, it's
gotta tell you guys
their
name.
guardian now.
Yeah.
Because it's not made.
Which reminds me, today is a sad day.
Oh. Maybe
All of my babies will be growing into their first stage of evolution.
Amalgamation that is basically an affront to Jedi.
I still
Which
find it
means
very
that-
just cling on
Mark's
to you.
lightsaber.
Oh yeah, well, one of the things that was an immediate worry is we were worried that raising entirely new variations of kinsex outside of their homeland could lead to a massive change in the ecosystem where they were growing. So I built a minor bit of dependency of where they get their food and when they get their food to make sure they would always stay nearby. And, well, it
function the
worked.
exact same. However, the only
Downside?
caveat is that blade will be elementally weak against other blades of opposite type.
Jesus fucking Christ.
If your blade is good against fire, it's going to do like
That doesn't sound very good.
against ice, and that's just because of the blade's protection.
An obscenely loud creature.
I can build other lightsaber. I made mine, so I just.
Airship and it takes you to like a little platform.
Unfortunately,
out
if
in
you
the
want the
ocean that
elements
way.
from here on them, you have to go through a blacksmith.
No,
You
I
cannot do
can't
it on
sense
your own.
anything that far away.
Yeah, of course.
Nope, and they're literally over there playing games right now, so it might be nothing. I'm the only guardian over here right now, so
difficult to see that far.
But yeah.
What elements are you planning to start off with? Because actually,
What's up?
Is the jar still empty?
Actually, you know what? I can make
Yes,
one
the jar
that
is
has
still
all
empty.
of them that you can just switch through with a little like.
What? I mean,
So there's a lightsaber.
How
that,
easy
like,
this
has,
would be.
like, instead of activating with a switch, activates with like
How
this little
easy
ring
this
that
would
you,
be.
like swap, and you can basically just continuously do that for every element. You can only
just
make
like
one
your
at a time,
normal
though.
gems?
Yes.
No. The
Empty.
elements is not based on the gem. The gem just enhances.
I'm gonna reach all the way across my research station to go pick up the jet. That would be more rude. It's okay, I got it picked up. It's okay.
Yeah, they act as a buff.
Hey, that's a nice book you get.
It doesn't give you
what
the
do I need
elements.
to put in my lightsaber for that? Well, in my.
I was gonna reach over to help you pick the jar back up.
So,
Sorry.
yeah, it's usually the.
No, I got you. I understand the sentiment.
Expedition tonight yet or no?
So
I have heard and seen nothing, and I've been sitting here the entire day.
So what it is basically, from what I can tell, a Chotacabra has been causing some issues, like destroying some camps and things like that.
Ooh, a Chotacabra.
I think
That's that's the new frog, right?
Yeah, that is one of the ones we saw at the.
No, it'll.
Oh well.
I think there's been one or two causing issues, and I think that's what's
there's no physical
tonight.
blade to like improve.
So a capture
I think that's what possibly, or just a general repel. I don't really foresee a reason to hunt.
Well, who's excited for slobber?
The difference is
I am, because it won't stick to me.
Unfortunately, I am looking at a projected blade. So a projected blade.
I went on the Yamatsu hunt. I don't know if I'll be needed for this.
I've been on 3. Oh, go ahead.
Because I've studied the Dragon Scale. It's not going to be the toughest fight, because its skills aren't that tough. It's
I could upgrade the blade to be harder.
About the same toughness as a Toby would be, so it'd be somewhere in the category of a low rank, most likely, of a monster.
Every picture that I saw of that thing, the only thing I saw was like punching bag, and I mean in the kindest way, but it's very compact. It just looks like a fat-ass frog, and it does a bunch of slobber, so I just see greatsword
really
users
funny
having the
because
time of their lives.
Big major fight against like basically a wind god.
Users are just gonna want to
Go
detonate.
beat up a frog.
Go beat up a big
I'm
frog.
not even gonna try to be on the hunt. I've been on 3 this week. Let someone else go.
There's 3?
I was on the one Monday where I found out that
The one yesterday was your first mission as a guardian. Not an actual hunter.
Oh yeah, you're a guardian, so.
You have at least 3.
well, okay,
Yeah.
so yes, but what I mean is, so we had a hunt Monday, right? It was against Volvodon, and about halfway through, I had to realize Volvodons eat bugs.
Did you hunt a monster here?
That motherfucker was on my ass the whole hunt. He actually bounced on me at one point. First time I had a monster actually genuinely trying to eat me. That was a fucking experience.
Sounds like a bullet hunt.
They tried to
Yeah. It also shit on me.
Notice
Notice that pattern? Starting to get upset.
At least there's only 2 monsters that do that.
There are multiple Conga Lalas that do that. The Celtis Queen's
inside the table. I need to-
pheromones were basically just it shitting on you. What else? Volvodon shits on you. I think some Uragons actually do it too.
What the hell?
What's wrong with being inside
There's
a
a
table?
deviant that does that. There's a deviant that does that, but it's rare.
What's wrong with being inside a table?
I think it's.
Because I can.
I know you are.
Deal.
You're solid.
These are the ones that I have present right now. Back at the home, I currently have a Lady Targe, I have a Bull Shroud, I have a Gleam Beetle, pretty raised. I have a Wind Chopper, I have the Grand Cathar, I have a Pseudocanth, I have a Bilbo Brix, and then the last one I believe I'm trying to raise is a Fullencanth.
I'm calling that one Rodriguez, that one Alessandria, and that one Emmanuel.
I'm not gonna remember any of these names, but you are welcome to call them that.
Yes! Okay, thank you.
I can't understand human speech just yet. I quite literally have to communicate either with the glaive or with.
Take those 3 parts and I can make a fire. As you keep going on,
Oh,
you have to look on the Wyvern media.
They're able to communicate with these little pincers.
You have thunder, you have dragon, and do you have ice?
The pincers, and some of them with their abdomens. You'll find that more with these guys. They also like to utilize their wings.
It actually reminds me of well, something some insect glaive users do.
Once they reach about a 3rd stage or a 4th stage of evolution, they can understand basic human speech.
Oh. That's even fucking cooler.
And there's also, I believe it's called a Kinkadaman. Sometimes it's chitters and chatters. When heard from a distance, people have said almost kind of sounds like it's someone like mumbling. Yeah, it depends on the one, right? The older ways of actually growing insects was through these things called ambrosias and jellies that would normally come off these very rare plants that would grow, right? We use a more modern stage of evolution where we essentially utilize just monster parts, but the way that I'm raising mine is a way that I'm calling mimic jellies, where I found that in emacanth bugs, they have these little sacs where normally you'll find them like gathering, and it kind of grows. Well, I found out the membrane can be replicated using it and then some alchemical reactions from the bitter bugs. I've been able to melt down monster parts and recreate the jellies with the ambrosias.
So I just remembered something. I remember just doing some exploration back in my homeland and whatnot, and we ended up running into a bit of a phenomena with the entomologists that actually live there as well, yes? So, I don't know if it was a moth or a butterfly, but the larva of this bug and whatnot, it would purposefully go towards antennas and other things, or other little colonies, and they know how to use this mimic, but through pheromones and specific sounds. So they get brought in as if they were a larva of their own kind. And what happens is that when they are brought in, they end up being taken care of like a child. But it's a big larva and ends up eating the other ant larva and things like that. And from what I learned, it starts off as sending these sound and pheromones of the larva to the queen of said colony, mimicking it. So then they basically treat it, well, in the name, like the queen. I've always seen that as just such a deceitful but interesting.
It's wild, right? So so there is and you'll find this really, really often, right? It's called the god bug, right? Now all it is, it's one of the 3 core insects, right? We've learned that god bugs are able to live up to 1,000 years old. And the way that I actually was able, the first one to actually pull this together, one of the things we learned is why they're able to. They naturally secrete this almost mucus that even when it's been dissected and drained of any fluids, the mucus continues to actually keep the muscles and stuff intact and slowly regrowing the carapace.
So it's some kind of enzyme, a rebuilding enzyme.
Exactly. That's how we found out that they actually grow. And then also, when it came to flash bugs, one of the things we were able to learn was on the inside of their wings, they have this inner almost translucent muscle. That what would happen is whenever light would hit it, this muscle would actually fold over the eyes and then emit the flash that some people have seen, but protect the actual creature from its own flash. So we actually learned to utilize that in something that I've actually presented to the Wyverians that I need to do some more metal research to, but they gave me the full okay called flash juice, which will actually naturally produce this gray fold over your eyes that will actually protect you from flash. And the best part is because it's all natural, it just slowly deteriorates into your eyes. You'll get a little bit watery, but it goes away in no time.
Holy shit. I didn't know I signed up for entomology today, but I'm glad I did.
Honestly, hey, it's been a passion for me, and I've been enjoying it ever since.
thing I've always loved ever since leaving my kingdom and whatnot, from my homeland, traveling the world, was to always learn about different kinds of cultures and all different kinds of lifestyles that everyone else had. Not just with humanoids, but with the very creatures as well. And honestly,
You good there, Chris?
it's
Not too much fear, apparently, though. 'Cause they mentioned.
anyways, it went to show that I discovered all kinds of complex, different similarities. And the reason why I say that is because of the fact that despite how different one can be, especially like from a different world, how insanely similar life would end up becoming because of the way that they all go about life in the same similar fashion. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to sound as smart as you are, obviously, because vocabulary, English isn't my first language.
No worries. You're right. So, one creature race that we have here is called immortal moths. Now, the reason why they're called this is because we still, to this day, do not have a single doctored time where we've seen an immortal moth die of age. It's always been other things that have affected the creature, but we've never seen one die of age. They're really good for a lot of different types of reagents when it comes to healing potions and stuff like that. Very, very, very potent, right? But one of the things we noticed is, back in my world, which is just a more human-ish, I shouldn't say human, there's a lot of weird shit there, but put aside, the moths there, they both almost resemble the same exact thing. The difference is the introduction of the vigor wasp into the habitats of where the moths would grow has helped imbue them with this damn near limitless age that we still to this day don't fully understand how they grew into. There's no mucus, nothing. Their body just refuses to deteriorate. We're still studying it and we have some ideas, but it's currently a multi-study process.
Man, I know I'm a long life species, but a fucking moth beats me. Damn.
There's even large ones that are actually just about as big as a insect.
Oh yeah.
Would you like somebody that's also basically immortal to start watching over one?
They did make me the primary target.
I can see they're currently under Wyverian research. I have to be careful with how much I hand to outsiders to take outside. I say that as an outsider, but
no, yeah,
you not believe the amount of paperwork I go through on the daily, and they still kind of don't trust me. They trust me enough to do my research. They even gave me the full okay, but they still make sure that I list and label everything that I touch and do.
If it requires me, like, getting a house or a plot of land or something to do this,
I think Calvin's gonna start picking people if you want to just overhear the information being given or not.
I would love to overhear, but
I haven't been on a hunt since I haven't been hunting since we went to the Forbidden Lands.
So, is this like get rid of all
Wow, it's been a while.
Do you need me to
well, then maybe this is your time.
Yeah, well, I didn't take part in the Amatsu stuff.
There you go.
We're going west. That's west.
We're going schnauf.
West.
East. I thought you said west.
You know what also rhymes with west? The yeast that comes off of Mark's back. We don't talk about that. True.
Hey, yo. Does give him a good rise, though, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeast infection?
That was a multi-purpose.
Did you say you weren't planning on going to this one?
I will try if they need a handler present.
To a black man, that was you had to see that coming.
I did.
There we go.
Oh my god.
So this is everyone who wants to go on today's hunt. Man, this bitch. Oh, don't worry. You know how.
I've already been on a couple of hunts this week. I just wanted to listen.
Yeah, no, but I say if you're here just to listen, go crack a seat, get yourself comfortable. Don't stand directly in front of me, so I don't end up picking you anyway. Because today we're going into the unknown, aka the new lands.
Oh.
Can I make a request?
Oh.
What's your request?
Any bugs you find out there, I will pay you.
Got it.
Not a joke.
Alright, 1,000 zen
They're
each.
actually going after a bug-eating monster.
Kill it.
does eat bugs.
Eat the bug eater.
Oh, gotcha.
Wait,
gotcha.
is it slimy shit? We're not capturing it.
ants?
No.
Like
gotcha.
flies? What?
We're
It's kinda
actually
messing up
killing.
the ecosystem that it lives in. So, you know.
Oh fuck yeah, dude. No,
Although I don't know if everyone else out there knows about the gathering
Well,
yet.
they're trickling in slowly, so I'm gonna go down to the I'm gonna go into the Guardians area, invade their place, and tell them. Unless Vic, you want to do that because I don't work here. To tell Guardians to go down here.
I'll go ahead over. Sorry. Oh, do you already tell people, Christoph?
What?
Okay, so one of y'all open up your comm link and tell people, tell the Guardians to truck people down here.
Alright, and Yako's got it.
Alright. So you guys will be going into the unknown and dealing with suspenseful music here, and like, give me a drum roll for this. I'm gonna tell you guys the epic creature you guys are going in.
It's not a drum roll.
The new amphibian known as Chotacabra.
Wow, Boomy. That's actually funny. We were just talking about that.
No, not Chotacabra.
You have a very quiet train whistle.
Something else to say.
It's fine, it was just the steam leaving my ears.
Anyways, I swear I'll pull up the basic geese right now. Anyways, like I was saying, if you have gone on the mission that was literally on Wednesday, that'll be applicable for this one. I'm sorry, but y'all literally just came back from kicking Elder Dragon's ass. So yeah.
No worries.
But I will be picking 8 of y'all. And man, this is a tough crowd. 8 of y'all to go on today's mission and go beat the crap out of an amphibian in the desert. It's not a capture, it's killing. So you grab it by the face, and you're sending it to the afterlife. Why are you sending it to the afterlife? It's terrorizing the ecosystem that it lives in. That's nothing new. Sorry, I'm really tired. The go-kart ride was really bumpy.
Not go-kart.
I know, right? There's a new brand, Invisible. Anyways, I just realized the wheelchair is there, isn't it? The wheelchair is there, isn't it?
That wheelchair has it is there, Calvin.
Thank you very much.
What the
Hey, first can I sit in the wheelchair?
Alright, let me Professor X this right now, alright? Alright, there we go. We gotta get
This is normal.
Oh my god.
Yes, they have a lot more.
So,
Trust
are we
me.
picking 8 of you to go into the new lands? Now, raise your hand if you would like to go into these new unexplored places to hunt down a monster.
Yeah, I'd like to.
And yeah, do me a favor, stop using Commodore as your personal body pillow and sand and actually get to the bucket.
You finna relax with your ball-headed ass with that language.
I haven't been 100%
It's a miracle. Oh my god, it's a miracle he can walk again.
This is why I wanted to prepare for the real shit like this happens. Would you rather sit down or would you rather keep walking around?
No, fortunamentally, you had me.
Hey, Seal, you know what? Are you trying to go in tonight or not? Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. So what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna go with Mark Freeman. And then we're gonna go with you.
I have been chosen.
You have been chosen. You are the chosen
I
one.
have been chosen. You're the chosen one. Broken Obi.
Chosen one, child.
Don't get your ass up there. What the fuck?
We keep
That reminds me. Remember when I told you about how the Guardians are here?
You know what? That's fair. Alright, we're
He's one
gonna
of
go
the
with
newest Guardians.
Mr. Man right here. And we're gonna go with Will. And we're gonna go with
Hey, I get to kill us for Forbidden Lands finally.
Now, right? I think that's 5 I picked so far.
Correct, that is 5. That's 5.
Okay.
Yes, that is 5.
Did you pick a guardian?
Jumping.
I haven't picked a guardian yet.
Aren't you a guardian?
Better hop in the car.
Yeah, but I'm not going. I'm still in recovery. Plus, we won't look after you and your sister. Good night. Alright?
You trying to go, miss? With one of yours or no?
What is wrong with your nose?
Okay, she may be off. No worries, later. Okay.
Oh god, I see.
I don't know who he's pointing at.
Alright, let me make sure. One, so that's that. So, yeah, if you got picked, get behind over there. Seal. You.
What the fuck is going on? Seal what?
1 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can pick 2 more.
If you any information.
Wait, hold on, that's 7.
That's 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I am so happy right now.
Oh, yeah. Yep, there is 7.
Oh, yeah, 7. I could pick 1 more.
2, 3, 4, 5. No, there's 8. There's 8.
Calvin, you're 8.
I don't think Calvin can carry.
No, he can't.
7.
That's the reason he's
Okay,
bald.
that's fine. Now I'm gonna get a guardian. Alright, now I'm gonna get a guardian.
Does he need the
Alright.
hat?
No, not the hat. No.
You know what?
No,
We're
trust
gonna go
me.
with-
His hairline is retreating right before the war even began.
Damn,
Here, Bill.
fake out.
Damn. We need you on the front line. The front lines of home falls, we go to you. Not because you're a giant beacon and may distract the monsters, because you're an icon. Or because you can distract the monster longer than everybody else. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mary, what the? Jeez.
I'm Marigold. I'm Miles.
Making you never play that anyway.
That's so unfair.
Who else is glowing in the room like a light bulb?
I will want
I
to
wish
cheat
I
you.
put my armor on, but people might get a little.
Yes, I am Spider-Man. Can I get a Spider-Man outfit?
It's just armor.
No, Miles,
Anyway,
let's just defeat
this is the point.
For Halloween. I think I feel great Spider-Man.
Forbidden.
This
is the
okay. You know, if you can
Forbidden Land. Along with
I didn't steal anyone's child. This is my son.
Today is a
This is
slay
my
mission.
dad.
Killing an amphibian because it's disrupting the ecosystem that it's in. Vic has active brain. Yes, you have to kill a frog.
Someone who hasn't been around.
Frog legs for dinner.
Other than that, I need to pull out the book of information regarding this week. By the way, this is pretty much it. So you guys can either sit there and, by the way, real quick, if I'm done explaining the mission, you guys can get off stage if you like.
That's
So
why I'm
now we'll
glad this little form is able to at least shift now. The main rule I have is unless...
So you were right, but it's slay mission. It's being too much of a problem.
Shifting is the biggest thing to have to keep it
Still
alive.
can get study from it though.
grab a seat and be ready. I'll be getting started in seconds. Make sure you're comfortable.
And I think only me and Vox are the only ones that actually have seen it of everyone going out today.
What are you talking
I've
about?
seen the documentation and
Chupacabra.
like pictures.
Oh yeah, that thing we saw.
We were the yeah, that's what we're going after apparently. So we're the only ones that have actually seen it, I think, in the team.
He's a primary
Big frog, motherfucker.
Give him that
Yeah,
information.
I wonder what element it does, because I heard something to different elements shit. And,
From
like
what
that Volvodon did paralysis.
Not sure. It's tough, at least from what we could see.
New sightings of creatures that we probably haven't seen for a minute. There have been sightings of an odd color.
I was gonna say, it looks as dense as a fucking meatloaf.
Oh.
Burnt by the ashes of the volcano. I'm not sure exactly what it could be. It's sporting some very spicy additions, but we're not too sure what this overall caused. We may send an investigation to figure out what's going on around the volcano's basin.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the microwave.
Thanks to the storm that you guys have put down, the animals down by Kalypsia's village have all moved back to their respective ecosystems.
Did you just hit me with cheese?
That's
Cheese would be easy.
Alright, what else happened? The migration for the following monsters being Axolotl,
Don't worry, this is why I have a
the Basilbees have ended
There's a flashlight inside of it? Put it on their head?
back up at the end of the fall, so keep an eye out for those.
I still need to look for Pharaoh.
Then we have, what else we got? A rising in bug activity for the insect lovers in the group. A rising in bug activity in large amounts of swamps and other areas may be impinging on a sighting of large neoscyphians and carapaceans.
I blame
Oh my god. Breathe.
What did he do?
Wait, swamp.
Alright.
Oh, Sunday might be fun.
A guild house has gone missing and is last seen moving across the Grimmick. An entire guild house has gone missing and is seen moving on a moving creature
Eventually, when you get a little bit
going
older, this is
across
stuff
the
you're gonna eventually be able to join me and others. Alright?
of the deserts.
Guild house.
But for the time being,
It's a good way to get
it's
feet
just
wet
practice.
without worrying about getting so injured.
A small island down south,
because you can
a small island down south that has been seen is a Yasukami has made itself apparent to everyone else. A very small bundle that was being passed by ships has been noticed as Yatsukami just sitting in the water.
Indeed.
Okay, shouldn't be doing anything.
A large Sedaeus has been spotted outside of Boga, breaching and moving with the whales.
Actually, I'm gonna let you go run around for a bit. Be careful using mana around here. The stair doesn't have ley lines for us to retap on.
Moving inland on the coastal lines of certain areas.
Could have valued member of research. Like,
interesting.
Yep. Alright, we have a high amount of Bambaro activity in the northern areas and one seen in the Elder's Recess.
Mary, go to me.
Oh, yeah, kind of cool.
Alright. We've been seeing an influx of large amounts of Anjanaths appearing in the tundra, along with a red-nosed one, moving along with a smaller red-nosed one. We have no idea what it may be, but it may be a new subspecies going on.
I am not a tasty snack. I can assure you I'm quite sour.
Would you like the carrot?
I guess Rudolph is gonna pop up. These Anjanath has been chasing with a red nose and moving around with a pack, most likely a new sub-variant that will be reproducing soon. We're going to be keeping tabs on this to the best of our ability. Hunters in the defrost have also found a graveyard of frozen statues of creatures that were in the middle of something being frozen in a bit of a weird way. So it was a great baggy pack and an entire popo herd frozen solid in the middle of an open field.
Frozen solid?
That's concerning.
Sounds like a...
That sounds
There's
very
also reports
strange.
of a frostfang barioth up in that region as well.
Oh. Those are rare.
Alright.
Indeed.
What else we have going on with the notes? Volvadon, Arzros, and Lagambi have been spotted around Kamura, hanging out in the Shrine Ruins, along with another waterbound creature being Royal Ludroth. Seems like the Ludroth populations are returning back to the shrines, and we should be seeing a large influx of them as time progresses. Along with the flooded forest, Mitsunes have been popping off as their mating season is at their peak at the moment, and it will be expanding through the summer into the late fall.
Somebody call you.
Alright, time for hunting season.
Almost done. I'll take questions in a second.
I wonder if that's why I haven't seen the one at the Elm Tree.
One of the festivals is going on right now in the upper regions, and Cynthia actually may be surprised to hear excited to hear this part.
They were there.
They have found a Kushala, a rusted Kushala, who seems to be getting ready to molt.
Fuck, I dropped that.
Ooh.
So I guess maybe
Okay.
I might go and take a visit for that.
Can we talk
with that?
Another problem.
No,
I gotta cover two.
is...
Actually, let me see if there's anything about Kieran in the news.
We do have a 95% preserved.
There has been a
shell from
sighting of what
Satsumi.
is believed to be a Kieran in the ice region, closer on the edge line. We're not too sure if it's a Kieran exactly, but we have been noticing a bit of a snowstorm in the area.
I'm gonna give it a pet.
Curing in the snow? That doesn't make sense.
Oh my god.
Don't say that. And almost do. I think Chef's gonna like this one. Rajang populations are popping up are going at an alarming rate and popping up and more and rising. Expect Rajang hunts in the near future.
Oh boy.
Alongside Rashang, the following other species are also popping up again, being Thunder Thighs, who they're flabby as shit, along with Devil Joe, Tigrex, and oddly enough, Legiana has been sighted in the ancient
No, I heard
forest.
Thunder Thighs. Yeah, that's.
In the forest.
Along with Goldogoron on Moga.
Still remember one of our first hunts was Legiana.
You don't think something else is affecting that route?
Also, one last thing, the Rotten Veil was recently pounded through, and the miasma in the veil is currently gone.
Oh. Wait.
That's weird.
That's not good. Why would that be?
That's not just weird, that sounds like it's bad.
Yeah, the miasma was in the...
These next couple of months are going to be problematic, aren't they?
The miasma in the area makes it surprisingly clear to smell, but we've been noticing a lot less creatures moving through the area, and the Rotten Vale's inhabitants making their ways to other regions. Like Great Gyros was seen moving across the deserts into the ancient forest.
That is very odd.
A lot of migrating.
For the Zenogre lovers, Zenogres have popped back in population again after Amasu's death, and are going to
Only
start
there that we would
spreading.
need to be concerned about would be Avalza.
But yeah, we have gotten some pictures of a miasma Rotten Vale. He takes out a photo, here you go Cynthia, passes it around, it basically shows an image of everything gone, a full image of the skeletal structures and everything else in there, along with the full skeletal Dalmadur head that sits in the center. Pass it around and people can take a gander at it.
Impressive.
Looks like a damn graveyard now.
Well, I mean, that's what it is.
No, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is that it's just nothing but a boneyard. Boneyard is what I'm saying.
Alright.
Boneyard.
And almost last final thing, Diablos mating season has reached, as in Black Diablo sightings have gotten to their highest.
What the other one?
Time for hunt season,
We,
baby.
Real quick.
I'm not sure. That doesn't make sense.
You mean to tell me that
I'm gonna go ahead and take my leave.
All for the news and now for the funnies. We have 3 ones this time.
Yeah, I was thinking of heading out myself.
We found a Dodogama, surprisingly enough.
Maybe I can walk you out if
We
you
found
like.
a Dodogama in a town flipped upside down, sleeping on a blacksmithing area.
Oh.
Literal massive Optimus convoked my entire...
Poor Smith.
And my soul kind of almost fell apart.
My eyes. Oh, I have a feeling a few people are gonna get slimed.
More than likely. Like yellow flying wyvern.
It was weird. Its front horns like slot into place, and it shoots a lightning bolt out of it.
Oh, like a not even like a not like a Zenoga's lightning bolt, not like a lizard.
What are you gonna be up
Say
to?
happy birthday to Doll.
The doll?
Doll's having a little get together right now.
I don't know if I have them.
You can always request on me when I get there.
Alright. Yeah, I don't.
But
I
yeah,
don't
I'm
really
gonna
have much.
go there.
Alrighty. I'll probably come by with you. I got nothing else to do, so. Alrighty, folks. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys had fun. I'm gonna end here. I'm gonna go vibe. So, you all have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow.